Hello, everyone. Welcome. This is session 18 of this amazing 24-hour online festival. Thank you so much to the HST for putting this together, and of course for the amazing support of the British BSHS. We have three amazing panelists, and we will start immediately. First, we have with us Jack Bouchard. I hope I got that right. Jack is an assistant professor of history at Rutgers University, where he teaches environmental history with an emphasis on global and pre-modern perspectives. He researches commercial fishing, island coastal ecologies, and changing global foodways in the 15th and 16th century. And is currently working on his first book, Terra Nova, Food, Water, and Work in an early Atlantic world. Jack, about 12 minutes, and the floor is yours.
All right, wonderful. Let me see if I can bring this up. And well, hopefully everyone can see that.
Yes, it's okay.
Wunderbar. All right, well, thank you, everyone. I have been looking forward to this for months and months and months, the long run up to getting to talk with everyone. And thank you, of course, to Helen Rose-Wadowski and the good folks at the ICHO for nominating me. So my name is Jack Bouchard. I am a scholar who works on global marine environments, but in particular, sort of subarctic marine environments in the early modern era. For those of you who aren't early modernists, broadly, this means 1350 to 1850 at a sort of maximalist position. But I am someone who is most interested in the kind of 2 centuries between 1450 and 1650. That's a kind of inflection point in global ocean histories, and in particular, a moment when fish work and the nature of fishing changes. And most of my work, therefore, focuses on the origins of what today we would call the Newfoundland cod fisheries, but as was said, in the 16th century are known to Europeans as Terra Nova, the fisheries of the Northwest Atlantic. And with that in mind, where I'd like to start is at this odd moment between around 1550 and 1570, when we see published in most cases, and in a couple cases in manuscripts, European thinkers for the first time really trying to systematically understand marine life in the Atlantic. Pierre Bellon, Guillaume Rondelet, Konrad Gressner, Adrien Kuhn, Thomas Moffat, all of these scholars write these sort of like fish encyclopedias where they're trying to like categorize and sort of combine fish and sea life into these broader genuses, very much a sort of pre-Linnaean conception of the ocean. But what's really interesting to me is how much their thinking in the mid-16th century is clearly filtered through their experience of eating seafood. That they will use names that are sort of colloquial market names for different kinds of fish instead of sort of more formal names, that they are grouping them in ways that make sense for culinary reasons, but not in terms of sort of natural history or what's actually going on in the ocean. And I think it's an indication of how much the early European study of the ocean is born out of this kind of fishwork revolution, these changes in commercial fishing in the Atlantic basin in the 15th and 16th centuries. So 2 questions lead me here and animate my work. One is, can we better understand early modern oceans through the history of fishing? Why is it so important for us to study how humans, especially Europeans, systematically extract biomass from the Atlantic Ocean to understand how they thought of those ocean spaces? And of course, you can't get to that question without understanding a deeper question of like, how do we actually study early modern ocean spaces? What makes them potentially uniquely difficult? To the first question, I think I am part of a bigger group of scholars who would argue that the 15th through the 17th centuries see revolutions in how fish work is done, how fisheries operate, that is really, frankly, fundamental to how the world operates today, that sort of all modern commercial fisheries trace their genealogy to this moment between 1450 and 1650. Europeans have always fished. In high and late medieval era, there are sort of some commercialized fisheries, but these deep sea, multinational, extractive commercial fisheries really develop in this early modern period. And because of that, they shape things like long-term tastes. We tend to eat seafood still according to principles laid down in the 15th and 16th centuries. They fuel European colonial projects. And one of the key things is how much these fisheries intersect with European imperial formation and colonization in the Americas and Africa. And as I've suggested, they drive these debates about the nature of fish and undersea life in general. But to the second question of how do we actually determine this, I want to pause for a second and stress the difficulties of doing early modern maritime history. That even by the already difficult standards of early modern scholarship, marine environments and mariners are very hard to understand for a couple of reasons. One is, by and large, you are studying actors who don't want to be seen. If you are a good European mariner, then you don't want to leave a paper trail, and you're doing everything in your power to make sure the state doesn't pay attention to you. Then even if something is left behind, it's very unlikely to survive to the present day. Archives burn or are blown to pieces, oral histories are forgotten, a lot of material is sort of distorted through a lens of nationalism and modern rivalry over marine resources. And if that wasn't enough, if something does survive, one of the things which scholars like myself have to sort of confront is how much this early marine world of the 15th through 17th centuries is a multilingual and multinational world. So to study 16th century Terra Nova, these Northwest Atlantic fisheries, I have used primary evidence written in English, Portuguese, Dutch, Spanish, Gascon, Latin, German, Italian, and French, if I haven't already said it. Something around 10 languages are necessary to make sense of a large enough body of evidence to understand what goes on in the Northwest Atlantic. I think it's nonetheless necessary to push through all this, to cast a wide net, try and combine this evidence, and to take both a qualitative and a quantitative approach. There's been some wonderful work by environmental scholars, especially in Europe. I'm thinking of the Norfish project in particular, who has done incredible quantitative studies on the scale of early modern fishing. I'm someone who's a bit more interested in sort of how Europeans thought about space, thought about marine environments, and thought about taste in the early modern period. But if you can do all this, if you can push through and sort of try and get at this question of why early modern fisheries are different, there's a number of big conclusions we can reach. And in the next few minutes, that's what I'd like to talk about, sort of what comes out of the evidence for fish work in the early modern period. The first thing that is clear is there are a lot of fisheries. Between 1450 and 1650, European mariners blanket the Atlantic Ocean in commercial fisheries. From Lofoten in Iceland in the north, to a series of Portuguese and Andalusian fisheries at a place called Rio de Oro in what is today Western Saharan Protectorate, and even in the Americas eventually, in Terra Nova, and probably commercial fisheries off the coast of Brazil and in parts of the Caribbean that remain understudied. But in general, part of Europe's expansion into the Atlantic is to fish the Atlantic first and foremost and blanket it in these kinds of fisheries. What we now understand too is that these fisheries are much larger in terms of the number of ships, in terms of the number of mariners, in terms of the size of the catch than we had previously thought. And again, the nod is to Paul Holm and the Northfish team for really doing the legwork here. At Terra Nova in the 16th century, about twice as many Europeans are traveling to go fish as are traveling to trade in the Americas or West Africa almost every year. The Norfish project has proven that by the 18th century, the number of codfish being pulled out of the waters of Newfoundland is about on par with what it will be in the modern era. There's no technical revolution. It's just so many European mariners are traveling to the waters of Terra Nova to fish that they are able to achieve these horrifying rates of extraction. This ultimately fuels changes in European thinking, very, I would say, dangerous ideas about ocean life. In 1583, a Hungarian poet named Stefan Parmenius travels to Terra Nova, and he writes this letter back about what he finds, and the phrase he uses to describe the fisheries of Terra Nova is piscium inexhausta an inexhaustible supply of fish. As they are encountering these new fisheries in the early modern era, Europeans develop a conviction that the ocean is a kind of vast, inexhaustible reservoir of biomass that can be turned into food. And they double down on that, and that conviction ultimately shapes fishing all the way until the massive collapses at the end of the 20th century, that there's a kind of direct line in this thinking to our present crises. And at the same time, as they are sort of thinking about extracting more, they are changing the nature of the fish they are eating. The emphasis on mass-produced, preserved fish is coupled with really a focus on a handful of species. These new fisheries of the early modern era mass-produce cod, sardines, herring, anchovies, fish like that, which to this day remain sort of staples of diets in many parts of the North Atlantic world. And they put huge pressure on select ocean fish like this in a way that really disrupts ecosystems long term. But even as they're doing that, they are trying to understand what is being pulled out of the water. The reason these books get published in the mid to late 16th century is because this is a moment when suddenly all of this cod and herring and sardine is flooding the marketplace around them in Europe. All of these fisheries are growing in importance and sort of becoming widely recognized parts of European expansion. And people are trying to make sense of an ocean that is suddenly much more relevant in their lives. The last point I will make is this relationship between fishing and colonialism is underappreciated. And it's really, I think, the core part of my work on Terra Nova, Iceland, and the Saharan African fisheries. That on the one hand, these fisheries fuel colonial growth. So Portuguese ships going from Lisbon to, say, the slave trading posts of Elmina or the plantations of Sao Tome always stop off at the Rio de Oro fisheries to top off en route. Bacalhau from the North Atlantic is first used to feed Spanish settlers in the Caribbean, and then eventually to feed enslaved workers in plantations in the Caribbean economy. That fish fuels colonialism. But fishing itself is a form of colonialism. Something like Terra Nova, something like the Rio de Oro is ultimately a permanent occupation and a way to permanently extract resources for the use of the European metropole. And this is a system pioneered as early as 1450 in the Atlantic Basin. And in many cases, these fisheries become later sites of land-based settlement. But this sets up a model of oceanic extraction that is exportable, repeatable, and in the long run, unsustainable. Very similar things happen in the 19th century Pacific, and in many ways are still taking place across the world today. Which leads to sort of a final question, which I'm happy to talk about more with Q&A, but to what extent do these changes in the early modern era signal an origin of our present ecological and climatological crisis? As you can guess, I think there's a kind of direct line between the two, but this is where we need a lot more research to understand how an Anthropocene, a Plantationocene, begins in the water in the 16th century. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Jack. Amazing talk and within time. Thanks for that. May I remind the audience, you're welcome to type any question you have in the Q&A box, and we will have a time for discussion and questions and our panelist insights at the end. Now I want to present Jolien Gijbels. She's a postdoctoral fellow of the Flanders Research Foundation at the Cultural History Research Group at KU Leuven. Her research interests include the history of women's health, surgery, and medical ethics. Her current research project focuses on the history of informed consent and gynecological surgery in the 20th century. So, Jolien, the same, you have about 12 minutes. I'll let you know when you have 10 minutes already. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And I will first try to share my screen. Oops. Can you all see my PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, perfect.
With my presentation, so I would like to take you to medical history, to the recent history of the 19th and 20th century, and I would like to invite you or to stimulate you to interrogate what I call in this presentation the technologies of trust, and I will it will become clear what I mean with this throughout the presentation. So scholars have recently argued that medicine's cultural attitude should allow for more uncertainty. Doctors try to come up with the right answer to a medical problem, even when their data and knowledge are sometimes limited. They often ignore or downplay diagnostic doubts about the unpredictability of treatment outcomes, with detrimental effects on patients in some cases. So both within and beyond medicine, there have been calls for a change in approach that values more openness about uncertainty and mistakes. And the history of science and technology has, I believe, an important role to play in promoting an open, tolerant attitude to doubt and uncertainty. In doing so, it can help to take a step back and consider the role of the technologies of trust in scientific medicine. With this, I mean the scientific evidence that was used by physicians to support their medical arguments in scientific publications. So in this paper, I will use the example of the rise of abdominal surgery. That's actually what I'm working on right now, gynecological surgery and indeed consent. So at the end of the 19th century, publications about surgical techniques of that time reveal a confident medical discourse about the solutions offered by modern surgical gynecology. Surgeons used narrative strategies to communicate their confidence about new techniques they pioneered to their peers. So I will argue in this paper that in order to interrogate this techno-scientific rationalism of surgery, we need to understand the construction of medical arguments about surgical methods. This means, as I will show, paying more attention to the use of medical documentation that lay at the basis of claims about so-called superior techniques. In histories of surgery and risk, this techno-scientific rationalism of surgery with, for instance, Joseph Lister's anti-sepsis as a prime example, has received much attention. And recent studies have argued, among other things, that the use of statistics at the end of the 19th century contributed to a growing confidence in surgery. Numerical data on the results of surgery serve as the basis of claims about the superiority of particular surgical techniques. As, for instance, historian of medicine Thomas Schlich argues, statistics can be conceptualized as a technology of trust by which surgeons could calculate the risks of an operation. Yeah, to give you an example from abdominal surgery, in the early 1880s, the mortality for hysterectomy was estimated to be about 70%. Around 1885, these mortality rates in medical publications had decreased to 35%. At the end of the 19th century, numbers of surgical results were increasingly seen as the best evidence of the effectiveness of a procedure. This explains why the use of numerical data in the form of prognosis and statistical tables is up to today one of the most common methods to justify the use of a procedure. My suggestion for the future of the history of science would be to take a closer look at the coming into being of those technologies of trust. In order to communicate numerical data in their publications, physicians had to create medical records with health information, collect this documentation, and analyze it before they could publish it. So far, very few medical historians have actually paid attention to paper technologies and their role in the construction of medical arguments and claims. And very interesting in this respect, at least according to me, is the work of Volker Hess and Andrew Mendelsohn. They asked in 2010 the fundamental question, how do paper technologies shape the process of knowledge making? In their article, they show that hospital medicine is influenced by broader administrative paper technologies. 19th century hospital-based physicians, they held registers, they made tables of surgical results and recorded health information in medical documents. And as they show, these were very old administrative practices that were not limited to hospital medicine and that were already there in the early modern period. So the question remains what role these paper technologies played in communicating medical confidence. And now I want to come to an example of my own research. I want to give a few examples of how physicians used paper technologies to justify their surgeries. This is a publication, Myomat of the Uterus of 1909, an extensive study of uterine fibroids published by the American gynecologists Howard Edward Kelly and Thomas Stephen Cullen. And both of them were affiliated to the Johns Hopkins University and Hospital. They studied fibroids, which are benign tumors that grow in the wall of the uterus. Often they do not cause noticeable symptoms, but in some cases, women suffer from abdominal pain, heavy periods, and frequent urination. And in their medical practice, Kelly and Cullen mainly encountered women with very heavy, very serious symptoms. So their publication is based on 1,428 surgical cases of women who were operated upon for fibroids between 1889 and 1906. And I have investigated all the cases or all the documents they have collected to make this publication. So I've been through 7 volumes with case histories, pathological reports, autopsy reports, correspondence between doctors and between patients and medical service as well, which they send to patients to know more about the long-term results of their surgeries. So now I will take a look at how they use this documentation to make their publication. Most of the information in their tables was based on medical case histories. And here you see an example of a medical case. Just for you to know, there are no patient identifiers in what I show you. So Cully and Cullen analyzed these case histories along with all the other medical records. And how did they work towards this publication? They did this by marking particular information. In here you can see the line under the words, which they found important. And this is not just because they found it important, it structured their thinking, it structures the way they selected information for the publication, and it helped them to count. So here you can see, for instance, how this information was turned into a table in their eventual publication. These columns allowed, and the rows allowed them to count their results. However, some of these columns hide more than what they reveal. The last column, for instance, shows cases of recovery, brief statements of whether patients had recovered or not. Yet in many cases, patients were confronted with obstacles during their recovery, and this information is totally absent from these tables. For instance, to give you an idea, I found a case where it was said convalescence was prolonged owing to the breaking down of the abdominal incision on the 10th day. Suppuration also occurred in the cervical stump. So a very difficult recovery process, though in the table, the only thing you see is recovery. So by omitting this information when making tables, surgeons succeeded in painting a more rosy pictures of their surgeries. My second example is one of how how the answers of patients to questions about their general health were transformed into a number in a table. What I show you here is an example of one of the more than 300 surveys that I am analyzing. To the first question, which you can see over here, is your general health good? The patient answers that she has health complications, but none of the discomforts that preceded the operation. So the highlighted parts are the work of the doctors who were analyzing this information. What I show you now is the way in which surgeons processed this information that patients gave them. In their book, they mentioned the amount of patients who were well after surgery, and it's highly probable that the patient whose responses I have just shown is included in this table. But the table reveals, or let's say conceals, a lot more than it reveals. So as you can see, the doctors were lenient in their definitions of doing well after surgery. They included cases of patients who were not doing that well. As you can read over here, they justified their table. We have endeavored to be as unbiased as possible in the grouping of these cases. In a few of the cases in the following table, the patients were not absolutely well, but said that they were greatly benefited and that their general health had been much better since operation, or that the operation had been a means of saving their lives. So to conclude, with this paper, I've shown an insight into the paper technologies that lay at the basis of physicians' arguments in their publications. Paper technologies offer a promising, but until now, quite under-researched avenue of research to look at processes of knowledge-making and confidence building. By analyzing the paper technologies that physicians used to construct their arguments, historians will be able to unpack the technologies of trust, such as the statistical tables and other types of numerical data. So by paying attention to the ways in which confident narratives were created, we can also inform current debates about medical confidence and doubt. A greater openness to the processes of knowledge construction can perhaps help us to make physicians aware of the limits of technologies of trust. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jolien, for your talk. Remember, we have down on your screen is the Q&A button, and you can write your questions or comments that you want to make to the panelists. Now we have the talk of Jim Secord. Jim is president of the British Society for the History of Science, and we know how an amazing work the BSHS has done in this festival. And he's professor emeritus in the Department of History and Philosophy of Science at the University of Cambridge. From 2006 until its completion in 2022, he was director of the Darwin Correspondence Project. Jim, same as the others, I will let you know in the chat when you are about 10 minutes, and the floor is yours. Jim, you are on mute.
Oh yeah, there we go. Okay.
There you go.
There we go.
Thanks.
Anyway, it's a great pleasure to be here, and it's particularly good to actually be able for you to hear my voice, I suppose. I want to thank especially my colleagues in the British Society for the History of Science, as well as the people in the DHST that have organized this meeting. It's really been a huge effort to get this wonderfully smooth presentations working. So I really do want to talk about the future of the history of science, but partly by looking at its past and its public profile. Because I think more than almost any other field, the serious academic study of the history of science bears little relations to public impressions of what it's about. The big picture accounts dominating, say, Wikipedia and YouTube are pretty much completely at odds with what one reads in ISIS and other journals. Because of this, a revolutionary specter haunts the history of science. It begins with the so-called scientific revolution of the 17th century, followed by the chemical, Darwinian, relativity, genomic, and information revolutions. Now, Even over Zoom, I can almost hear you groan as I mention this sequence. But in fact, it's only increasing its hold over public discussion. My sense is also that recent chatbots, such as ChatGPT, are likely to embed the old pictures even more thoroughly. The revolutionary framework also continues, often by default, to dominate much teaching and survey writing. Scientific revolutions, often not by that name, are ghost narratives which pervade the way that history of science is conceptualized. For example, the Darwinian revolution is often put into scare quotes, or even worse, treated as a straightforward chronological label. Such references can never be neutral because they feed into the widespread public discourse around the revolutionary character of science and a single scientific method invented and developed by white male Europeans. I would also argue that many historians, including myself, have been in some ways complicit in encouraging a broad framework for the history of science that is deeply flawed and counterproductive. The situation is best summed up by the celebrated opening of Steve Shapelin's survey of the scientific revolution. There was no thing as the scientific revolution, and this is a book about it. This brilliant quip just about worked as a compromise in 1996, but that it is still invoked nearly 3 decades later is, I think even Steve would say, a disappointment. In this talk, I want to reflect on the problems posed by the continued failure of new big picture accounts to replace the old ones around which our field originally grew. Of course, academic critiques of specific revolutions in science are relatively available, but these have failed to penetrate the public sphere. There is, moreover, surprisingly little discussion about revolution as an appropriate category for understanding science, even when discussing eras of rapid or sudden change. The central problem involved in talk of revolution is the relationship of science to violence. Violence, actual or threatened physical violence, is involved in all discussions of revolution in politics and society. Campaigns for changes in the ruling order often spill over into physical repression or public terror, and always involve either violence or a reaction to it. As Hannah Arendt wrote, the mere fact that revolutions and wars are not even conceivable outside the domain of violence is enough to set them both apart from all other political phenomena. In terms of rhetoric, all revolutions are violent, characterized by denunciations, counterclaims, and sharp divides between the old order and the new. In contrast, controversies in science are almost always conducted in measured language. Verbal battles are seen as exceptional and regrettable. The rhetorical register of science, even in some of the most famous controversies, is relatively muted, and the drive to make findings universal means that scientific terms, although of course always open to dispute, are typically closely defined. In democratic polities, science is supposed to serve as a model for public disputation, even if this ideal is never fully achieved. Clearly, disagreements and conflict are essential to science, but these operate in a different register than anything to be found in genuine revolutions. An obvious starting point for thinking through these questions is, of course, Thomas Kuhn's Structure of Scientific Revolutions. Published in 1962, when the history of science was being established as a subject, Kuhn was widely read as connecting the dots between a series of revolutions. Kuhn's view, of course, is not about views of nature among whole cultures and populations, or even across different disciplines. Rather, his revolutions occur within trained groups of working scientists, communities of, say, 100 people or less. Kuhn attempted to sidestep the violent implications of the revolutionary metaphor by creating a chasm between science and all other human activities. In his view, the problem of violence does not arise because science, as he sees it, is imbued with the moral and cultural values of a civilization that developed uniquely in the West from the time of Galileo. In Kuhn's writing, without the heritage of Western civilization, we would be unable to distinguish scientific revolutions from revolutions in general. So although he famously rarely mentions the scientific revolution of the 17th century, it actually underpins his entire scheme. However, Kuhn found isolating science from history in this way hard to maintain. This is clear from a famous passage in Structure that argues that revolutions of any kind, political or scientific, involve rejecting institutional forms of authority. In a society divided into irreconcilable parties, Kuhn says, political recourse fails. The only alternatives, he says, are what he terms techniques of mass persuasion, often including force. Science, Kuhn claims, is very similar. Now, clearly, there's a real ambiguity here going on in different parts of Structure. And I would argue that these are central to, endemic to using the revolutionary metaphor. Talk of revolutions requires either an unrealistic isolation from science from everyday life, with some reference to something special about diffusion from the West, or it involves giving disjuncture, disagreement, and a failure to communicate an implausible place in the scientific enterprise. The revolutionary metaphor is not just strained, as Kuhn acknowledged, but broken. Science is not necessarily more or less involved in violence than any other human activity, but the assumption is often made that it is not really involved in violence at all. Prioritizing revolutions within science represents a form of repression in the scientific record, of displaced epistemic violence. In fact, the practices of science have always been implicated in violence, and not just during the past few centuries, but throughout human history. Mythic moments of sudden change internal to science distract attention from the wider, deeper, and more systematic forms of epistemic violence. The violence of science, in other words, is not between different groups of investigators, but in the way in which one form of practice is bound up with the silencing of other views. Epistemic violence was defined by Gayatri Chakravarti Spivak as a complete overhaul of the episteme, in which the overall system of knowledge, the episteme, is implicated in the forced attempts to subjugate, control, and repress. As Spivak writes, but what if the particular redefinition was only part of the narrative of the history in Europe, as well in the colonies? What if the two projects of epistemic overhaul worked as a dislocated and unacknowledged part of a vast two-handed engine? This leads to a further question. Was this two-handed engine, colonial power and scientific practice, yet another of Europe's inventions? To my mind, the obvious answer is no. The renewed focus on the decades around 1500 and 1800 in science, well exemplified, for example, in Jack's paper, are only examples of how the old narrative focused on the 17th century is giving way to a wider appreciation of the place of science in history. Two-handed engine is not specific to a specific period or to relations between Europe and the rest of the world. It is operated throughout history, evidenced in the changing ways that skills and knowledge possessed by specialist elites are implicated in the exercise of power, and in the ways in which that power is resisted. It is present in the ways in which land is measured in the ancient Middle East, sacrificed or organized in Aztec temples, and insurance contracts managed in 20th century America. 3 decades ago, John Christie noted that if there is to be a big picture, it would involve configuring the different ways that science works into a unified plot of power. This remains, I think, the central challenge. Now, anybody attending this festival will know that the history of science is at long last moving away from a focus on Western Europe. The field of history of science, however, is, I think, in important ways, ill-prepared for such a dramatic shift. A crucial issue, as several people during the symposium stressed, is knowledge of languages other than English. And I think English speakers like myself have to be very grateful, in fact, that everyone here is willing to participate in English when it is, for most people, not their first language. Beyond these practical challenges, there are also specific disciplinary issues. The history of science grew out of attempts to chart the rise of the modern world from intellectual developments in Western Europe. Every time we casually refer to scientific revolutions, we are reinforcing this bias. In part, this is because the larger picture of European science itself remains patchy and incoherent. It's not as though we can say, we understand European science, now we can do the rest of the world as well. Work on marginalized or little-known groups within Britain, France, and the German-speaking lands has in fact really only just begun. Part of the problem is that we constantly forget that Europe is not the same as Western Europe, or simply equivalent to elites in Paris, London, or other centers. Eastern Europe and the so-called European periphery are, in certain contexts, in danger of falling off the map. These geographical considerations are tied to temporal ones. In recent decades, the history of science has tended overwhelmingly to focus on the 20th and early 20th century, 21st centuries. And of course, much fantastic work has been done on these subjects. Listen to talks at any conference, including this one, and it is clear that for many historians, effectively history begins after World War II. And this is particularly true in a lot of current teaching. This has, I think, some serious consequences. And in particular, I think we're up against something where examining a deeper past involves a story largely of European conquest. We are looking at what my colleague Sujit Sivasundram has called a tsunami, in which modern European power becomes dominant. If we focus primarily on stories of encounter, exchange, and conflict, we're unwittingly bound to tell a story dominated by the European juggernaut. Non-European practices can end up being seen either as failures to precede what would later happen in the West, or they amount to what James Del Burgo has usefully decried as contributionism. We cannot write a history that is primarily based on go-betweens or individual instances of direct interaction, for such stories depend upon what the historian Jan de Vries has called UCIs, or unusually cosmopolitan individuals. A narrative limited to such cases is not a decolonized history. Rather, the answers lie in uncovering the ways that science has been pursued in situations not in imminent danger of destruction. So what I really have to say has 3 points. First of all, the public image of the history of science, together with a large amount of teaching and survey work, remains dominated by an intellectually outdated picture of revolutionary breakthroughs. Second, this focus on revolutions is a form of displaced epistemic violence, completely at odds with the story of colonial class and gender violence revealed in recent work. The issues, in other words, about talking about something like the scientific revolution are much more than just saying, I'm not looking at that kind of issue. It has a real intellectual and political problem with it. And then finally, I've argued that part of the solution to escaping the problem of displaced epistemic violence involves extending our accounts not only geographically, but also in time. This involved considering specific settings in terms of their own long-term pasts and exchanges not involving what was traditionally seen to be modern European science. Behind this, I think there's a more general argument. If the value of history is to give perspective, then the perspective of centuries and millennia is likely to be especially worth pursuing. If we act as though the recent past is what really matters, we are likely to end up by eliminating the need for history at all. Why, for that matter, not just focus on the future? We are now facing the prospect of environmental collapse and the associated issues of mass migration, war, and pandemic. There is no single narrative that can or should replace the story of enlightened progress toward modernity that underpins the old story of scientific revolutions. There's never going to be one big picture to satisfy us all, nor would that be desirable. All history, I think, needs to be relational, but it does not, in fact, need to be global. What really matters here is who our histories are for and what longer-term questions they're intended to illuminate. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Jim. Well, we had 3 amazing presentations, and we do encourage the audience to make some questions in the Q&A box. on your screen, and I will be happy to read them for you. But I think it's my, oh, there we go. We have one there. This is Karin Chemla, and she has 3 questions for each one of you. So I'll just read the 3 questions, and then you can answer each one of you. For Jack, did all actors engage in fishwork right, or can we determine that only some types of actors wrote? Okay. For Jolien, for whom were the paper technologies published, and then how did the technologies of trust shape trust? And for Jim, how can we understand more precisely the dominance of representations of the history of science in terms of scientific revolution as related to issues of imperialism? Did you got all your questions? Yeah. Okay, so thank you, Karin, for your questions, and let's go with Jack. If you can be brief, so we have time for all of you to answer the questions. Jack, go ahead.
Sure. It's a great question. The majority of people who are actually doing fishwork, sort of mariners, most of them are illiterate. Most of our sources are written by someone else. So often, the biggest body of evidence is a combination of notarial loan contracts and court records, both of which are sort of government official recording the words of mariners. So it's a matter of sort of figuring out how to read those for the original voice. But one thing I would say is, what I and others very much believe, and, I think that this has sort of broader implications for revolutions in science, is even if illiterate, the intellectual capabilities, the scientific knowledge of these mariners is incredible. Samuel Pepys has a great quote about Newfoundland fishermen where he's like, they're all illiterate and they can do advanced math and I don't understand it. So I think it's realizing that sort of literacy is actually quite a bad benchmark for people's ability to make sense of the world around them and to build these huge fisheries that exploit the world. And it's a question that's very fundamental to what I do. I love it.
Thank you, Jack. Jolien?
Yeah, I would also like to thank you, Karin Chemla, for your great question. For whom were the paper technologies published, and then how did the technologies of trust shape trust? So these technologies lay at the basis of publications, and these publications were aimed at, let's say, the peers of physicians, their colleagues, fellow gynecologists in my case, but of course in other disciplines they were also publishing based on paper technologies. And what I mean with these paper technologies is all the kind of paperwork that they use to build statistical tables, to build graphs, to build the tools that they use in their publications to shape trust. And the ways in which they did it is by, let's say, embellishing their results. They were often more positive than they were in reality. When you go and look for all the pieces of information that physicians used, then you can see that it was much more complex, that patients suffered much more than what is shown in tables about outcomes of surgeries, for instance. And in this way, there was a kind of a confident discourse built based on statistical tables that really the future was in these types of surgeries, and physicians should keep on experimenting with new types of surgeries. And there was this huge trust or being created in, even if we don't know it now, we can keep on experimenting, and the future will tell which surgery will prove to be the best surgery in the end. And these technologies of trust, these tables, these prognosis, the percentages that they mention in their publications were fundamental to their claims. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jim? Jim, you have to unmute.
Okay, that's a great question. Thank you very much. Yeah, just to answer very briefly, the main period when these become, the idea of revolutions becomes really well established as opposed to the subject of relatively small distribution among philosophers like William Whewell and so forth, is really 1880s through the 1920s. And it's really a story of branding. It very much goes along with the rise of advertising and simple names for effectively European products that need to be exported around the world. So products like the scientific revolution, the chemical revolution, Darwinian revolution really spread through many of the same sort of mechanisms that power the rise of new imperial advertising throughout the world. So it's a big feature of the age of high imperialism. And I think we're living kind of with the legacy of that as reinvented during the 1950s and 60s through effectively the American empire. But that's a very short answer and a rather simple one to what is a really fascinating story. So thank you.
Yeah, well, it is indeed a subject that for us historians of science, I mean, we have to deal with this kind of issue one way or another, whether we want it or not. So
exactly.
And you have, Jim, you have another question for you. This is Gordon McQuat. Sorry if I mispronounce your name, Gordon. Trying my best here. Jim, does revolution always imply violence or even the threat of violence, or rather does it point to radical change? Then he says, the original term was associated with revolt, which might imply something quite different than we now conceive it. We do enroll other political metaphors, for example, the Glorious Revolution, that focus on the abrupt change rather than the notion of violence.
Yeah, this is a very complicated question. I don't have full time to go into it. There are disagreements about this to some extent in the literature, although I would say that the political, for one thing, the historians of science and philosophers almost never refer to the literature on political revolutions when they talk about revolution, although it is effectively a political event category. So once you start talking about scientific revolutions, you're putting them in a category of much larger kind of political and social events, which almost my own view is that they do tend to either involve violence or the threat of violence, or their response to violence, state violence in particular. And I could go into that, but many of the color revolutions, for example, involve state violence and then the reaction to that by people who were not violent in themselves. And the same would also be true of, say the Indian independence movement, which there's a way in which that was primarily non-violent, but it was responding to violence by the British. So it's a complicated question. It's not quite as simple as Hannah Arendt makes it out, but I do think that there's an implication of what category of event we're comparing when we talk about scientific revolutions. What sort of historical category is it? And I personally would rather go with, say, Jack's story, which is that the really big changes here have to do with fishing and the economy, and to suddenly talk about it's like a new classification of fish as being revolutionary seems to me to be a misplaced metaphor. It just doesn't work that way. But Jack might have views on that.
May I possibly add one thing?
Yes, sure, go ahead.
And I appreciate the nod to that. I'm someone who comes to this through environmental history and very skeptical of revolutions and things. But one thing I would suggest is whether we think about violence as purely being interhuman. I think what is the potential for realizing the actual revolution and violence is against other than human living organisms in many of these cases where we see a change. I mean, I guess that is sort of, as you say, the kind of argument underpinning what I'm doing is like, maybe there isn't a kind of interhuman violent aspect to an early modern change in science in Europe, but what they do to whales, to fish, to deer, to cochineal beetles, to living organisms around the world is horrifying. And certainly we are living there. So I I absolutely agree that when we broaden our horizons, I think the relationship between interspecies violence and scientific change is right there waiting for us.
Thank you, Jack. If there are any more questions, we still have, I don't know, 4 or 5 minutes left, so we can welcome another question. I think it's I have to talk in between, right? Because otherwise we will all stay here in silence and would be a bit uncomfortable. But I think it's very important to remember how history of science have many different levels. So yeah, maybe revolutions brings us to like this upper level of big politics and states making decisions and whatever, but science is also made like with the fisherman, Jack's fisherman, or the data, the tables, the doctors, what they wrote about women that Jolien works with. So, and maybe there is some sort of beauty of dealing with this different levels of making science, right?
Yeah,
if you have any comments, go ahead, Jim, please.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm very much for looking at different levels. I suppose we just need to be aware of the language surrounding it, particularly when they are used in this kind of branded way as labels. I don't personally have much trouble with just saying a development was revolutionary, but calling something, like the chemical revolution or the Darwinian revolution, as many of my colleagues do, that I do have trouble with. I mean, the Darwinian revolution is a great example because it is quite a big change, but calling it a revolution is really a leftover vestige of the long-term war between science and religion. And it's almost the only bit of that historians of science have kept in their language. But it actually has many of those implications, and it was invented by the same people. So I think we need to be quite careful when we really talk about these sorts of things. We need to think of better labels for some of these things to communicate, given the importance of branding in our own society, I suppose. And I think trying to think about what sort of historical events we're talking about when we do talk about events, what the scale of them is or how they actually work is quite important as well. So, I think it's, there's an article that I love from the 1920s called The Revolution in Muscle Physiology, which it's intended as a joke, but there's something about that captures the Kuhnian idea almost perfectly, actually. And it just seems you realize that once you have how do you compare a revolution in muscle physiology, say, to, I don't know, something like the French Revolution or the Industrial Revolution or whatever else you want to use as these big event categories.
Amazing. I don't know the article, but I'm intrigued. But perhaps it's the power of this image, right? And applying this term revolution, that at some point something very different happens and everything is changed, and that happened like from one moment to the other. It's like the power of Newton's apple, so to speak.
Right.
The apple changed everything. Yeah. So,
I mean, I think one thing that was really good about both the papers, the specific talks that we were hearing, is each one of those involved something that was really placed in a much larger historical story where it's pretty fascinating. And I don't think there's any kind of way in which that needs some sort of, false drama of revolution to make it work. I think people are interested in changes in attitude towards, human bodies, women's bodies. People are interested in relations with other creatures and the exploitation of the seas and things. So there's a kind of way in which, as long as the stories we tell are embedded in bigger stories, we don't actually need a lot of this, what seems now rather old-fashioned kind of trapping. But I have to say, you look on Wikipedia or YouTube or something, and it is really all over there. And it's in a lot of main popular books that come out as well, even by historians of science. So there's quite a lot of work to do.
Well, I want to thank you all, our three great panelists and the audience here. We have to close this session, and so everyone can go to the next one. Thank you very much, and see you in the next session. Bye.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody who's joining us. I'm really happy to be chairing the session of the DHST Global History of Science and Technology Festival. This is session number 19. We have been running for almost 20 hours now. This is amazing. I want to say thanks to the incredible young scholars who are behind this, giving us technical support. I just want to say their names before we start. Many thanks to Sam Robinson, Megan Baumhammer, Grace Exley, Daniela McCahey, Alexander Stöger, and Sarah Kidway. Without you, this wouldn't have been possible. It's a great pleasure, a great honor to be here chairing the session that will feature Ezio Vaccari, Don Opitz, and Elena Canadelli. Each one of them will have about 12 minutes to give their thoughts and share their thoughts on the theme of this event, which is the future of the history of science and technology and history of science and technology for the future. Our first speaker is Professor Ezio Vaccari. He is a professor of history of science and technology at the University of Subria Varese in Italy, and is the president of the International Commission on the History of Geological Sciences, which is associated to the DHST. He's also the director of the Research Center for the History of the Mountains, Material Culture, and Earth Sciences, and he has been the president of the Italian Society for the History of Science from 2018 to 2020. He was also the recipient of the 2020 Mary C. Rabbit History of Geology Award of the Geological Society of America. And he is gonna tell us about the future interdisciplinary challenges of history of geological sciences. Ezio, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for having organized this event together with Lisbeth, with Marcos, and all the other people on the division that collaborated to this idea, which I found was a great idea and very interesting and stimulating. I am an historian of geological sciences, and I must say that the research on this subject, which I started to explore 35 years ago now, has been for me a really fascinating privilege, I must say, because it's still a very open field with many sources still to discover and several opportunities, especially in the field of the interdisciplinary interactions. In fact, to work in the field of the history of geological sciences means to be ready to accept several challenges, sometimes quite difficult, because we literally work on the edge of several disciplines, and we work in between different languages and different practices. I'm firmly convinced that our challenges for the future are not only confined within strictly scholarly historical activities and debates, which of course are very important for us, but our work can be brought more effectively in the field of contemporary science and within the society. For example, for supporting the increase of the environmental and cultural awareness within general public, but also in order to contribute to tackle, to better evaluate some very urgent present issues, such as, needless to say, the climate changes, for example, a new understanding of the future behavior of our planet. The debate on the Anthropocene is one of these examples. And these questions cannot be left only in the hands of good scientific communicators, of course, but also policy groups with different agendas, and especially the media. We need to be part, more active of this active debate. If history of geology talks with different disciplines by default and by its own means, it also needs to move and talk differently to modern science and society. This can be done, I think, thanks to the extent and the features of our community, which is well represented by the case of our commission, the International Commission on the History of Geological Sciences, INIGEO, which was founded in 1967 as a commission of the International Union of Geological Science. And 1 year later, in 1968 in Paris, he became affiliated also to the International Union of History and Philosophy of Science. And now is affiliated to the Division of History of Science and Technology. So the role of this commission, which is not an association because its members are nominated through a process of evaluation of their work and their curricula, has specific tasks, working tasks. At the beginning, one of the tasks, which I think is still very important, is to create a bibliographical database on our, and this work of these people that started especially at the middle of the 1960s and early 1970s, was to establish a new research field, because historiogeology is quite one of the youngest branches of the history of sciences, and also to establish the importance of history within the geological sciences themselves. So until the late 1960s, only occasional works, sometimes Whiggish work, sometimes too based on internal approach, too hagiographic maybe, a bit too nationalistic sometimes, have been produced. But after that period, after the 1960s, late 1960s, we had an historiography of geological science which quickly found its place and its methodology. Today, we have a membership of our commission that is quite large. It can be an example of interest in this field. More than 310 nominated members, and represented 57 countries with 14 national affiliated associations. So local groups in history of geological sciences within geological societies or history of science societies or in any other field. And if we look at the profession of the members, we found a great variety. We have not only geoscientists, so different kind of scientists of the geological sciences. They were the majority at the beginning, the big majority, but now it's not like in the 60s. And we have so many historians of science too, from universities and research institutes. But they're not only these two categories part of this group. We have scholars in disciplines such as philosophy or literature. And we have scholars from other scientific fields, people working in museums, in libraries, in archives, teachers at different levels. So potentially a very good interdisciplinary base. Of course, you must make it work. So it is not enough to be part of a group with many skills if then everybody remains in her own comfort zone of special knowledge and research methodology. So it is essential to make those skills to understand each other and work together constantly in a sort of mutual discovery and constant recognition. So writing and publishing books, writing and publishing papers, present talks at meetings and conferences, where we can share and discuss ideas and interpretation, and also try to transfer all of this, all our knowledge to teaching. They are all important activities, of course. It is our work, after all, but for the future, they can be enriched and revisited by new challenges. It's what I was going to just summarize now. But I will begin with saying that the main challenge is actually to be really interdisciplinary. It is not easy at all. Sometimes it's a word, it's a statement, but it's not followed by actually real actions in that sense, because it involves a change in mentality, a change in the habit of many of us. So for the historians of geology, one future challenge can certainly be, in our opinion, to support the trend already in action in the last few decades, which has enlarged the focus of the research from papers, books, manuscripts, letters, drawings, maps, and so on, and many other forms of verbal communication and visual language, to objects, tools, specimens, and above all, places, physical places, including roots in the field. Moreover, another series of challenges may be related to enlarge the borders of the geohistorical research, not only by using more knowledge and inputs, from material cultures, but also increasing the focus on the role of the so-called forgotten people and forgotten places, which has been forgotten by our relatively young historiography in several cases. So we still have to fill that gap. Just a few key words, just a few names. For example, women, minors, technicians, regions of the world less explored and less considered by a too wrongly Eurocentric perspective or Western perspective. So, for example, it's not important to establish, like they're still debating in some areas of our discipline, the priority between British and Italian geology in the 19th century is not important. It's much more important to understand about early studies about the earth, for example, in Southern Asia. We know very little about that. And also another aspect to support and a challenge to follow is increase the interaction with historians of technology and reduce a bit the attention towards the history of ideas, which are important, but has been too much overwhelming in our tradition, in our historiographical tradition. Another important challenge is certainly the aim to establish a different dialogue with the sciences. And this can be based on contribution by us of historical data and historical analysis for contemporary debates on the state of the planet. Again, so natural events into geological and earth sciences. But I must make it clear here that this is not only a collection of data for projects made by scientists, but must be a proposal of evaluation of historical data with the knowledge of historical context and perspective and mistakes and misunderstandings, something that scientists usually don't like to get because they don't consider that useful for their project. I've been working at the very beginning of my path with the seismologists, and being an historian of geology, they were interested in my work, because I could provide data for their catalogs of earthquakes. In Italy, we have this problem quite widespread. And I was trying to give them also information about the context, about the theories, about why this data was placed in history that would be useful as well. But they were not interested in that. They wanted to recreate a map of the intensity, of the strength of the earthquake of this, let's say, 16th century, in order to see the possibility of a risk now. Understandable, but not enough, not a possibility to work at the same level. Historiogeological sciences should be not simply at the service of science, but should be a partner, a proponent at the same level of the science, of the scientist, within a teamwork, of course. For example, the present case of the discussion on the Anthropocene that I seen, there was a talk also in one of the previous sessions today, but it's very much debated within the history of science as well, but not only geography, ecology, general history, ancient history, many voices on this topic. At the end of the day, it's a matter of fact that Anthropocene as a new geological epoch is both more strongly supported by non-scientists than scientists. Geologists are very careful about this, and they try to minimize the possibility to create this new period of research. So we need to discuss on the same level, but I would like to go to the end with, finally, there's a challenge very important, which can open new ways of fruitful interaction between scientists, historians, and general public, but also with local administration, with what they've been called the stakeholders. So I'm talking about a project which in IGEO, our commission has started within the IUGS, the Union of Geological Sciences, on the geological heritage sites, which are usually a matter for geologists or for people working on heritage studies. But the role of history, historical geosites and georoutes, places and localities, not museums, not made by men, places studied by men, where a significant geological theory or interpretation has been established, have become place for fundamental observation and description were made in the past. And I must say that the world of geosciences, thanks also to our colleagues in the International Commission of Geoheritage, now has realized the importance of the historical value in order to define the geoscience. And we started a real important dialogue, and we produced already a book, a material, a meeting, and these things has been going to be proposed in the next occasions of interaction. It's a very fruitful collaboration, has started over the last 2 years, and this interdisciplinary activity may also provide tools for geotourism and for evaluation of territories. The people has to be aware about the place where they live and so on. So most of these challenges can be found, for example, in the subjects of the sessions, workshop, proposals that INIGEO has submitted for the next International Geological Congress in Busan, South Korea in August 2024. Because we have session about, and I just quote them quickly, history of women in geology, trailblazers, leaders, and those in the shadows, hidden histories in geological sciences, geosites and georoutes in the history of geological sciences, Anthropocene, history and the geosciences, contribution to contemporary debates, history of geoscientific travels in Asia and beyond. You see all the topics. But of course, now we're thinking of the topics we will propose for the next International Congress of History of Science and Technology in New Zealand. We have just received the call days ago in 2025. But I really look forward now to listen what you think about these ideas or challenges for the future of our discipline. And I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Ezio. And now we move on to Professor Donald Opitz, who is going to give his talk. He is an associate professor at DePaul University in Chicago. His research in gender history of science analyzes entanglements between gender, imperialism, science, 19th and 20th centuries, with a focus on transnational women's movements in the agricultural, horticultural sciences. John's talk is entitled "The Future of Women, Gender, and Sexuality Studies in the History of Science, Technology, and Medicine." And he is representing the commission on the DHST's Commission on Women and Gender in the History of Science, Technology, and Medicine. John, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And thanks to our conference organizers, the DHST and the BSHS, and also to my colleagues at the Commission on Women and Gender in History of Science, Technology, and Medicine for nominating me to talk on this theme, the future of women, gender, and sexuality studies in the history of science, technology, and medicine. Frankly, their nomination surprised me, but it made sense after it was explained to me. First, I wrote a paper on the historiography of gender history of science, past and present, with an eye to the future for the volume, soon to be published by Bloomsbury, and debating contemporary approaches to the history of science, edited by Lucas Verboot. While drafting the paper, I reached out to several of my commission colleagues for their perspectives on the early days of our field as it unfolded in various countries, so that I would have a more international perspective beyond the US, the context which I know best. Based on their input, I was awakened to the wide range of path-breaking works emanating from the UK and various European countries, especially France, Spain, Denmark, Germany, and so forth, as well as the early efforts to extend gender history of science to geographies well beyond Western Europe and North America. Secondly, I gave a talk in a session on women, gender, and science co-organized by my commission colleagues Maria Santos Maces and Andrea Nunez Casal for the European Society for the History of Science in Brussels last year. And Maria felt that my extempore presentation style would fit in well with the spirit of the DHST festival. I mention these points because I have my commission colleagues in mind as both inspirers and stakeholders to whom I feel a great sense of debt and accountability. And I should say I accepted this nomination reluctantly, mainly because, let's be honest, I'm a cis white man of European heritage based in the US. Me talk about the future of women, gender, and sexuality in history of science, technology, and medicine, especially in a context in which the field is all about bringing forward diverse voices that historically have been suppressed or sidelined. And then there's the nascent status of my own efforts to help push the frontiers of the field, making me feel rather unqualified, at least for now, to say anything well-informed about its future. But then a voice went on in my head and said to me, "Get over yourself, Dan. After all, I've been as active in this field as many of my peers, so why not me? And if we're going to talk about diversifying this area, we certainly could use more than a few token men." And the picture that you see up here is from a commission conference in Cambridge in 1999. And the arrow is pointing to me as a young graduate student among the sea of women scholars. So listen up, guys. As Uncle Sam called upon his fellow American men for joining the World War efforts, we need you. Okay. On a somewhat more serious note, and perhaps with less American patriotism, it's important for me to say that I'm only one scholarly voice in a very robust, diverse subfield of history of science, technology, and medicine, one that engages many disciplinary perspectives and hosts quite a few active research programs internationally. In the short time that I have, I will offer a few highlights of the field's historiographical trajectory and suggest directions for pushing its frontiers through new scholarly and professional endeavors. So let's begin thinking about where we have been in the past, as we historians like to do. Just to reassure everyone, I'm only going to be brief and impressionistic here. The field of gender studies and history of science, technology, and medicine basically emerged in the 1970s, as women's and gender studies did within many disciplines internationally. The pioneering studies actually came primarily in the format of conference papers that afterwards were published in anthologies and journal special issues, such as the examples that you see here. It was a practice that continued well into the 90s, and indeed is still very much alive today, as we will see. But there were also important monographs addressing the status of women in science, both in Europe and North America. These and others not pictured here became our textbooks for college courses on women, gender, and science. The historiography emphasized certain durable themes, and I highlight here only one that has been influential in my own work in thinking about women, gender, and science, and that is the dynamics of gender in collaborative units, especially scientific couples and families, precisely because the relative absence of women historically in laboratories and professional spaces meant we had to go to those locations where they were indeed doing scientific work, often private spaces of the home and other sites. The historiography always involves interrogations of the very concepts employed in our histories, women, gender, science, and so on. And to this end, an entire literature that might be termed gender STS studies or feminist STS studies accompanied and intersected with the growth of the history itself. In other words, the historiography has always been a dynamic one theoretically. And most of the scholars were doing both empirical historical work as well as theoretical work. Our recently departed colleague, Evelyn Fox Keller, being an emblematic example. Not only did her work impact our thinking on gender and science, it also gave us such histories as her biography of Barbara McClintock. Very briefly, the field did not reside in silos of science, technology, and medicine. Indeed, these disciplines and their scholars belong to a shared collective, because how gender was constructed involved the overlapping influences of science, technology, and medicine. Here are some examples of the early tech literature. This was important because of how it challenged ideas about technology as gender neutral and technology as unbecoming of femininity. Women could and did do technology. And just to emphasize the point, the early scholarship was international, and wellsprings of research popped up in many countries: France, Spain, Denmark, Germany, Sweden, Hungary, and the list just goes on and on. The early membership lists of the commission prove the point of how broad in scope the interest in this field truly was. So where are we now? Well, to characterize the field in the way that I've been experiencing it, there's been an outpouring of rich monographs and themed collections that dig in to more specialized topics as well as intersectional approaches to the study of gender and sexuality indeed attracting a lot of energy. The studies today are paying attention not only to women and femininity, but also men and masculinity. And they are questioning the logics and technologies that produce these binary ways of categorizing identity. There's much more attention to sexual fluidity, transgenderism, as well as indigenous and post-colonial ways of understanding gender expression and sexuality. The new historiography is giving us exciting new studies focusing on particular disciplines. And we just heard from Ezio about geology. So that's really encouraging. And also renewed perspectives within international and transnational contexts. But what about the future? The pandemic has actually been interesting in provoking projects that enabled people to come together through technology across distances. And there's been a bumper crop of international conferences and workshops, which in turn are leading to new publications that are still in progress. So these are very exciting developments that we look forward to. There's also a renewed effort to bring greater visibility and accessibility to primary sources critical to our scholarship and teaching. These projects are especially emphasizing the need to recover sources that were suppressed under the influence of the colonial archive and its post-colonial legacies. While not new, in a context in which discrimination and hostility to women, LGBTQ persons, and ethnic/cultural minorities in science, historians are increasingly partnering with scientists to combat inequality and advocate for cultural change. Here, historian Kimberly Hamlin contributed an historical perspective to what is known as the Bearded Lady Project, focusing on discrimination of women in paleontology. We need more of that. And here, Nathaniel Comfort, another good guy, has recently illustrated how we can bring our works to scientific audiences through such journals as Nature. Our DHST is participating in what was known as the Global Gender Gap Project, largely thanks to the efforts of our colleague, Catherine Jami. This is another way in which our field of HSTM can partner with other scientific societies to strive for gender equality across the professions. Catherine talked about this in an earlier session of the DHST Festival, so if you had not seen her talk, be sure to return to the recording. We also need to elevate gender and infuse it in all of our efforts to advance and innovate in HSTM, such as the volume I had mentioned earlier by Lucas Verboek, which includes a chapter on gender history of science, actually 2 chapters, I should say, and within conferences like this current festival. So let's keep it up. To close, I want to bring forward the words of a few of our field's founders who individually and collectively emphasize the need for greater accessibility to sources, an intersectional, non-binary approach to gender, and to explore gender in relation to race, sexuality, and globalization. Finally, I invite participants in this festival to learn more about the Commission by visiting our website and by joining our listserv, which you can do by going to the website and signing up. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Don. Now we move on to the last topic, the session, which will be given by Professor Elena Canaderi, who is an associate professor of history of science at the University of Padua in Italy, and also the president of the Italian Society for the History of Science. She's also the scientific director of the Botanic Museum at the University of Padua, and the editor-in-chief of Nuncius, a very well-known journal in our area. Elena is gonna talk about the future of the history of science in Italy, the member country which she is representing here to the festival. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. It's an honor to be here, and thank you for the organizer for this amazing event, and also for Italy for choosing me to represent it in this festival. Yeah, so I will speak mostly as the president of the Italian Society for the History of Science. What I want to tell you is a bit, what is happening right now in Italy, and the future perspective of our discipline in Italy. So, firstly, just a brief history. So, as you well know, Italy has a long tradition in the field of the history of science. So we have from different perspectives. So perspective from philosophy, more on material aspects. So you see Andrea Corsini or Maria Luisa Bonelli in Florence, so or people like Aldo Mieli, so very important also in terms of founding journals, or Federico Enriquez, or in the second part of the 20th century, Ludovico Gemonat and Vittorio Somenzi, more dialoguing also with philosophy, but also from the science. So this is just briefly, just to give you an idea that already in the past, we have different perspectives in approaching history of science in so it's better. So maybe I open. Camera open.
Yeah. Yes, for me it's a little bit chopped.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me fine or not? So
for me it's much better.
Okay.
Now that you are.
Okay, so it's better. So okay, sorry.
Yeah.
So what is happening now? So as a society, as the Italian Society for the History of Science, we are working inside the university and outside in the society. And so just to give you an idea, so right now the Italian Society has 237 members, of which 96 are early career scholars, and for us it's a great success because it means that we have young scholars that are also active in our society and in our university or school or institutions. And we have 139 regular members and 2 institutional members that are the 2 main museums in Italy for history of science, that is the Museo Galileo in Florence and the National Museum of Science and Technology, Leonardo da Vinci in Milan. But as you can see, so I think that the society has a lot of members, a lot of energy, but if you see the academic positions of our discipline in Italy, so it's going better, but we have 61 positions, that is 18 for professor, 23 associate professor, for permanent researchers, 5 tenure track researchers, and 11 university assistant professor. So some of them are ERC, so with European funding, so Marie Curie fellows, and so it's growing also. The European fundings are growing in Italy. So you see a society, I think, with a lot of members, the position in the university that are growing, and we are working as society inside and outside the university, so the academic environment, so to speak. Where are in Italy the chair of history of science? They are mainly in the humanities, maybe in the philosophy department, but also in the history department. So myself, I teach in a history department, but also in the scientific department, so physics, biology. Myself, I have a collaboration, what a lot of colleagues have, with scientific department, with biology, with botanists, and I think that is one of the most important potentialities of our discipline, of course, not only in Italy, but we are trying to collaborate with scientific colleagues, with scientists and scientific departments. And
I'm very sorry to interrupt you again, but your sound is
awful.
Once again, yeah, it's like garbled. I don't know if it's your microphone. Perhaps if you tried
I try to without video, maybe it's better.
I think it's better, but let's
okay.
give it a try.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
sorry. And
no, please.
No. So the society is trying to collaborate with museums, archives, libraries, and the school also. So we have a lot of teaching programs of bringing history of science in the school, and also with other scientific associations. So the National Association of Scientific Museums, so the Philosophy of Science Society, and History of Physics, and astronomy. So we are trying to foster all these relationships in Italy. And so we have a new definition of history of science for university. So we have worked together with Ezio Vaccari, that is part of the council of the society, and with the other members. We have discussed a lot a new definition for our discipline in Italian academy, and this definition should be adopted by the end of this year by the Italian government. And just to stress some aspects, you see, we have stressed a lot the relationship with the other scientists, but also the enhancement of tangible and intangible heritage, for example, or so working a lot with archives, books, and museums, and also stressing the fact that it could be a link between humanistic and scientific disciplines, for example. So you can read, and I'm sorry for my connection. And you see also the fact that we have stressed the gender, for example, or also public and community dimensions, or with sociology of science. So we are trying to dialogue with other fields of research from the science, but also from other fields of the humanities. And so to us was a huge challenge. So for our community to rethink what is history of science right now in Italy, but not only. I know that also the HSS is working on broadening the definition. It's good to broaden, but maybe sometimes it could be too much. I don't know. So you need to define. So this was a great adventure last year. And we have a new journal that is Scientia, and is open access if you want to have a look. We published the first issue in June. It's open access, but also hard copies for the society is a huge investment in terms also of fundings. And we publish in English, but also in Italian, because we want to foster our field of research in Italy, also involving people from not only from the academy, but also from the other institution, or that they work in the school and in the educational field. So if you want to have a look, you can. It's open access, and it's 2 issues per year. So then we organize Congress for Young Scholars, but also the National Congress. So we meet every year, and is a huge effort, but it's important to our community to meet each other, to discuss topics, and we are doing so every year, and the next National Congress took place in Bari next year. So just to give you an idea of what is happening in Italy, so I think that something is going on. So we are thinking a lot on our discipline. We are trying to communicate and connect it with the society. And for the future, we are starting a working group on the international side to foster also the relationship with other society, or encouraging the participation of Italian scholars abroad, and also to call people from abroad to Italy to join our Congress and see what is happening in our community. So I hope that the journal would help us in disseminating our ideas and research. And so we have two other working group working on heritage museum, and so material culture, and also on school. So bringing and working with professors in the school about history of science as a mean of working together with from different disciplines. So we are using in a way a lot this concept of working together also in the school and not only in the academic field. So thank you, and sorry for my connection. And if you want to follow us, we have a website, and we are so thank you. Sorry.
Please, thank you so much, Lena, and all of us have grown used to all kinds of internet problems, over the last 3 years, and we could listen you loud and clear. And now we have about 17 minutes for discussion. I want to stimulate the audience to send in your questions using the Q&A button. It would be a shame. I have a lot of questions, but it would be a shame if I monopolized the debate. But well, while people start to formulate their questions, let me pose one for each one of you. So I'm gonna do this in the same order of the talks. For Ezio, I would like to know a little bit about your thoughts on the relationship between the history of science and technology and environmental history. I think you are very well positioned to give us some light on this. I personally think that it's a difficult relationship. I think it should be much more strong, much stronger, much more like commonplace. But no, we have separate forums, separate journals, separate everything. And environmental history has been promoting, I think, a renewal in history itself, in historiography itself. So I think you are super well positioned to say something about it. Let me make the 3 questions, because then perhaps I can just shut up and the audience will start to send in things. Now, for you, Don, I'm curious about the problem of standpoints, which is, of course, central to gender studies. Is it different to make gender history, for instance, from where you are geographically, institutionally, politically, in the gender spectrum, than it would be to do gender history of science and technology, like from the global south, or from, I don't know, from all other places? How to solve this question? And now for Elena. I think the history of science and technology in Italy is recognized for its really strong affiliation to a tradition of the history of ideas. And I say this in the most, admiring way, in the noblest sense of the term. I was wondering how STS, science and technology studies and things like this, where do they fall in the history of science and technology panorama in Italy currently? And so, Ezio, please.
Yes, thank you, Thomas. It's an important question, and I agree with you fully about the need of a much stronger, wider interaction between histories of science and environmental history. But it's a matter of entangled interaction, in my opinion, because not only environmental history should be involved, but also geography and topics related to geographical studies. In my opinion, this is another field that has not talked enough with us as historian and historian of science in particular. It's not that we are in a privileged position in this moment, because I must say, also for the historian of geology, to look at the environmental history, it's not so normal. So it's not so easy, let's say, because we need to look at history of geology in a different way. For example, when the concept of environment has been established, and who started this concept within geological world or other research in natural environment, or maybe geographers. The historian of geologists have been focusing for a very long time on the development of theoretical idea on the history of the planet, and a bit less on the interaction with all the other aspects of what we call now environment. So I consider that an open field research, but I certainly consider important to work on environmental history as well as in history of science. I have one of my first PhD students many years ago in Subria, who's now an historian of science working in the field of history of mining in contemporary age, uranium, environmental problems. You wrote a book about all debate about the use of nuclear energy in Italy in the 1970s. Started as an historian of geology, like me, in the 18th century, following, of course, my suggestion, then moved in all these different ways, including environmental history, where he published papers there. For example, his name is Andrea Candela. I must say that because now I presented all the person. But I'm happy that this new generation has kept a way to study the history of geology, some technology and the ecology as well. So that's what I can say about it.
Okay, thank you, Ezio. John, please.
Thank you, Thomas, and I appreciate the question, which I think is a critical one as we think about the field more globally. I will say that the whole spirit behind the Gender Gap Project was to point out that inequality exists everywhere in the sciences. There was data collections happening across disciplines and across countries, including the Global South. And, this is something that Catherine Jami could speak to, but, the problem persists internationally. And so there's a need for advocacy and bringing greater visibility to, the origins of inequality, which are, both historical and cultural. And then coming up with solutions, and the Gender Gap Report has an entire list of recommendations, that involve, teaching, also parenting, what professional societies can do, and so on. So I just want to say that in the space of, sort of activism, there's sort of a shared mission, as it were, and a shared need, for gender studies in the sciences. And now how that gets framed and how that gets carried out, of course, is going to vary depending on, different local contexts. And that brings me to my second point, which is, I think in terms of historical practice, the field as it's developed over the years has been very heavily influenced by Western traditions. And, the directions now are to think more, when we think more globally, is to consider post-colonial perspectives, decolonial perspectives, how indigenous voices reshapes the narratives, and even how we think about the sciences, within this field. And I don't want to make it sound like, like there's going to be dramatic differences when we move to a global South context. And I'm thinking here of a recent biography that Preetha Nair had put out about Janaki Amal, who did research, both in the global South and the global North, and, was considered, sort of a nomad scientist. And so there's a way in which, even when we think about other contexts globally, it's not, other, it's both. We have to think in sort of a hybrid kind of space. Those are just my two quick, thoughts. We do need a lot more work in gender studies of science, technology, and medicine, in, outside of North America and Europe, and those are starting to happen.
Thank you, John. Elena, before you address my question, if you want, I would like to read two questions that appeared here in the Q&A box, and they are directed to you. The first one is by Catherine Jamy, who John has been mentioning, and who was a speaker earlier today in this festival. Catherine first suggests that the DHSP should try to flesh out the gender structure of our own community, and I think it's a very, very important proposal. And she asks whether your data on the history of science community in Italy has any information on gender. Mm-hmm. And then Stefan Müller-Wille asked you why the definition of history of science, the one you've shown us, includes technology but leaves medicine out of the picture. How is it in Italy?
Yeah, so starting with the last one. So in the first lines, we mention medical sciences as so physics, but just in the first lines, because we have in Italy also the tradition of history of physics on the one hand, on the other hand, the history of medicine. That is, we have collaboration. Some of historians of medicine join our society, but it's a completely different discipline. So it's a completely different field of research, and is in another sector. They are most of all physicians that are interested in history. Not all, because Maria Conforti, that she's also a friend, she's working a lot with us, but it's another thing. So academically speaking, but we mention medicine, not only technology. And so the relationship are good, but we are a bit different. So from the academic point of view, so we and the other women, so in Italian university, so we are 18 women, very few are full professors, so we are working on that, and in the society women are a lot, so especially in the early career, but not only, so we are working a lot to foster, to increase this number in the Italian university. So it's one of the future goals, also with a working group thinking on gender, not only from the scientific point of view, but also as an action to increase the number of women. And so about STS, we are working. So thank you for the questions, because we are working with sociologists of science in Italy. They are not so many, but very active. They have a lot of ideas, and we are working a lot with them. They are very interested in history of science and technology, more than in philosophy of science, for example, in Italy. And so we are trying, we will organize in January in Naples a workshop together. So we are starting a good collaboration with STS study. And in Italy, I think they are growing also this field. So this is why we have in the definition, we have mentioned society, we have mentioned the public dimension, and things like that, because we want to dialogue more than in the past.
Okay, thank you, Elena. We have no other questions here in this box. Last minute, everybody, if you want to send in some question, I will post a couple more questions, one to Ezio, one to Don, not to Elena, because you had more questions. And my questions to both of you, Ezio and Don, are in a way similar. It's a little bit like, let me start by gender and women's history in HST. When we are talking about this, are we talking about a subject, a methodology, or are we talking about something, let me say, even deeper, related to the very gender gap, to the structure of our field? And I also ask Ezio, what is specific in the history of geology? Do you have to know a lot of geology to do the history of geology? What is its relation to the field at large? So 1 minute for each one of you. Ezio?
I can see very, very briefly that, yes, you need to know science. We also emphasize this need in our group, which is made mainly by scientists, on the other hand. So we also try to say that scientists need to know historical methodology as well. But there are also quite a very specific difference within chronological periods. You can read about geological theories of the 18th century, what we call geological theories in the 18th century, without the need to know too much geology. But then at a certain point, you arrive that you need to know geology. You know what I mean? So you can read what is written in the 18th century treatise of earth, theory of the earth. But then if you need to understand fully, you need a bit of science. You need the science as well. But if you go to the 19th century or 20th century, you absolutely need the nomenclature. You need the categories. You need the classification of modern science, of modern geology. Otherwise, you will make not a good history in this sense. So it's a matter of time as well. And I would say in any case, you need to have both nearly at the same level. I started as an historian, doing also cultural history, and then I moved to geology, and I learned geology as well. So I try to balance the two skills.
Thank you. And John?
Just very quickly, it's all of the above, Tomas, and I'd be curious to hear what you're thinking in terms of, something deeper. And I would just throw out there, and I think this resonates with what Ezio just said, gender in these categories are historically contingent, and they themselves can be interrogated historically and should be. So depending on context and discipline and so forth, that's gonna the narrative is gonna look differently. So anyway, yeah, that's my quick answer to that. All of the above.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, So we need to wrap this session up. So many thanks to Ezio Vaccari, to Don Appet, and to Elena Canadelli, our three speakers. Many thanks to everybody who's been here with us. We have session 20 starting right now. So we've finished this one. Thank you. See you.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world, and welcome to the DHST Global History of Science and Technology Festival 2023. My name is Sam Robinson, and I'm going to chair this session, which is session 20. We're getting towards the end, but we still have fantastic speakers lined up for you. Our three speakers in this session are nominated by the member states of Spain, Canada, and Norway. We're going to take the three papers together, as in one after the other, and then we'll take questions for whatever time is remaining to take us up to the top of the next hour. You can send questions through to the panelists via the Q&A button, which you'll find at the bottom of your screen. And it would be helpful if you could send us questions so that we are not waiting for them. So as soon as they come to mind, as you're listening to the papers, put them in that Q&A button and we'll be ready for you at the end of all three papers. So our first paper is Josep Simon from the Institute Interuniversitari López Pinheiro. That was terrible, I apologize. And I'm being hosted in Spain next week, so I'm sure I'll be in trouble. Josep, I'll just hand over to you.
Okay, thank you. Just to check that sound and image is working.
Sound is coming through, and slides coming through. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. The title of my talk is History of Science in the Court of the Neporeus and the Nasiremas. Historians of science have always had a major role in the court of the Neporeus and the Nasiremas, not only as jesters, but also as chroniclers and executors of the status quo of a discipline which is monarchical by nature. As every court, the court of the Neporeus and the Nasiremas contain a good degree of historiographical flippancy, and it is cemented on a set of institutions, tools, and practices. Among these institutions, we can of course mention the Western Ecumenic Church, the OECD, the NATO, the Institute for Scientific Information, and the fan club of Springer and Elsevier. The court of the Neporeus and the Nasiremas has a unique language, the langue deux, for reasons of convenience, and because this is also the exclusive language in this festival, I will call it English with a capital E. But you can also call it Español, Esperanto, or whatever you like. From now on, when I refer to English, I refer to English. Well, I stop now my broadcasting anthropological impersonation, which makes reference to my title, this Nasiremas and these Neporeus. You can think about it. And I take the occasion to congratulate the organizers of this festival. My focus on language in this brief and therefore inevitably sketchy talk considers what anyone knows pretty well, that language is not just language. It involves culture, national and regional identities, cognition, and communication. And these are just a few fundamental elements, not only for our profession, but for our social lives in general. As history of science does not reside in an ivory tower, and some people rather think that it resides in a Babel tower, for instance, this is particularly relevant to reflect on the past, present, and future of our field. A few colleagues have reflected on the multilingual practice of science in historical perspective. You can see here some early journals of the history of science. Archeion, which was published in Italy since the 1910s and then moved to Argentina. ISIS, you can see a summary of its first issue, where you can see how Archeion and ISIS in its first decades published articles in at least in several European languages, Spanish, Italian, French, English, German, Another example is the Revue d'Histoire des Sciences et de leurs Applications, one of the oldest journals in our field as well, which had, however, a different approach since its beginnings and preserved it for most of its life. It is still published, which was to publish only in one language, in French. For the case of Archeon, it kept publishing in many different languages, European languages, or several of them. In the case of ISIS, it maintained this practice for its first decade, but once it moved to the United States, it ended up publishing only in English. On the far right side of the screen, you can see Ciencia, which was not a history of science journal, but was a science journal published in Mexico, which had many papers, or a good number of papers in history of science. And like the French Revue d'Histoire des Sciences, only published mainly in one language, in this case, Spanish. A few colleagues, as I was saying, a few colleagues have reflected on the multilingual practice of science in historical perspective. I can mention, for instance, Jan Surman, Beatriz Gutierrez, Michael Gordin, Renate Ortiz, or Adriana Minor, among many others. You can see here also a very good paper by Nakayama Shigeru, published in Osiris in 1995, which reflected on how, in order to make history of science in regional perspective in Asia, it was particularly important to master several Asian languages, and how there was a good amount of literature which was perhaps not enough knowledgeable and of languages, Asian languages, and for this reason had certain biases on the East. It is, as I say, well, in counterpoint to what Shigeru was saying, more recently, another Japanese colleague, Yoshi Kikuchi, wrote a paper, if I'm not wrong, where he was arguing how English had been particularly useful in order to connect Asian historians of science across different national states. No? So we can see, obviously, we are here in this festival, and the fact that we all speak English is particularly useful, and this happens with any lingua franca in the history of humanity. What I would like to pinpoint here is that the question is not speaking or reading or listening to one language or another, but the important thing will be to have a much larger plurality in the sense of mastering or being able to deal with at least several languages. And this is something that historians of science perhaps have not reflected enough. Because, as I will argue, this had also impacts in how history of science is practiced. One of the scholars who have reflected in a very honest and interesting way about this is Michael Gordin in this book, which is very well known, Scientific Babel. And in the introduction, he makes a very honest and open statement about the limitations of knowing. Just in his case, he can read in a good number of languages, but there's still not been enough, and his conclusions being shaped by the capacity of reading in certain languages and not in others. No? But after this apologetical introduction, which, as I say, is very valuable, but maybe he forgets a little bit, and the rest of the book is perhaps too conformist about the situation. Still, Michael Gordin tells us about the fact that if the community of science was multilingual in the past, maybe it could be again thus in the future. No? So here we are thinking about the future of the history of science, and this might be a future too. I show you here two graphs. On the left, you see the graph that appears in Michael Gordin's introduction. On the right is his source. He takes this graph from a different from a paper, but the legend of his graph doesn't state that, well, this data that show you how publication in different languages in science has evolved across time. Well, it is based on certain databases. No, you can see biological abstract, chemical abstracts, mathematical abstracts, physics abstracts, etc., etc. No? Gordin explains and discusses this subsequently in his book, but I have seen authors that cite this graph at face value as something that is a reality, and without taking into account that this is based on particular databases which are particularly biased. No? And here I want to raise these items that I show here, the need of reflexivity, thinking about our sources, thinking that methodological nationalism is present in our daily practice because we live in nation states. So this is something we cannot avoid, and we have particular trainings and cultures, etc. And that we don't have to confuse the global with the universal, no? Something that in principle history of science already abandoned a long time ago, no? Universality, but it is not the case on how things go very often, no? If you see other type of sources, such as those compiled by UNESCO in a world list of periodicals and a database called there, you can see that the Science Citation Index is a very poor representation of social science journals in the world, especially in those countries that publish journals which are not published in English. No, so it is not a very trustable source in order to make quantitative analysis. No. I want to talk about how this can impact on scholarship, no? And I'm going to focus more on the book that you can see on your right, but I will say also something about these other two, the book, The Broker Wall, and also this paper on transnational history, which has been particularly influential and is very much cited. What happens here is that, for instance, The Broker Wall is a fantastic contribution to our field, but it is a contribution that is based on scholars that use only, in general, most scholars in this book use, they build their methodological approach using exclusively sources written in English. No? And also there are many chapters that present histories of Eastern countries that are based, or histories on remote countries, exotic countries, I will say, that are based on colonial archives in large European or American cities. No, so you will have contributions talking about a vision of Japan, no, science in Japan, but based exclusively, for instance, on sources available in Amsterdam, no, and written in Dutch or written in English, no. And this is something we should discuss. At the same time, the transnational proposal presented by Turchetti, Herrán, and Boudia is a proposal that focus exclusively or mainly in studying international organizations, no? And international organizations, by definition, are not directly transnational. There can be transnationalism in these organizations, but in general, they are international. They represent nationals of different places that discuss between them. Finally, how knowledge moves, written the transnational science, history of science and technology. Well, you can see that this book, as many books published by Chicago University Press lately, it doesn't indicate a place. No, it happens everywhere. It's universal. No, I mean, but this book deals mainly with American case studies and case studies in other places, Mexico, Brazil, Uruguay, but that show the American hegemony in the 20th century, which is something historically relevant and important. No, how U.S. science and philanthropy arrived to many places. No, okay, let me go forward. And in this sense, I have illustrated this with these sentences from the afterword of the book. No, one of our colleagues, no, which produces a very interesting work on mathematics, no, in the US, in the Uruguay, and in different places. Well, he tells us about this international experience connected to writing the book. No. And I can understand, no, that the community of Anglo speakers is really the most global community currently. But my question will be if the most international set of scholars will be found in a situation like this. No, what if we had instead a set of historians of science from Thailand, from Angola, from Morocco, from Iceland that will meet in a Canadian restaurant in Lima, Peru, and will be served by a US waiter? Will this be so international or so transnational, or will it be less international or transnational? We need to think about other perspectives. Well, I think I'm going perhaps over time, or I'm taking a lot of time, and I would like just to raise these questions, no, or make it deeper, no, the approach of thinking that using being monolingual or using different languages and being used to different cultures allows you to build perspectives where there is a much greater balance that we could call international, translational, or will be able to produce global pictures. But this is not something I believe that we can manage just with one language, with a lingua franca, with global English, for instance, which is relatively global. No, it covers a wide part of the world, but not the whole world. And instead, I think that we should advocate for pluralism, linguistic pluralism, historiographical pluralism, and methodological pluralism, and they are all connected. We cannot really separate them because language is part of how we build knowledge. I throw here just a few ideas. This is about history, memory, and imagination, and about the politics of representation. But I close my presentation here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We start provocative. That's what I like, and we've already got questions. So if the audience out there could keep putting those questions in as they come to mind, that'll be great, and we'll take them at the end. But we need to keep moving. So we move on to Gordon McCurt, who is from the University of King's College, Dalhousie University in Halifax, Nova Scotia, Canada, and is nominated by Canada, and his paper is titled Universal and Local Knowledge, Future Prospects. So Gordon, take it away.
Just thumbs up if you can see my screen, all right?
We can see your screen and I can hear you loud and clear.
Good on you. Well, thanks to the DHST. This is the penultimate session, and I'm wondering if anybody made it through the whole lot. I think I did, and they must be exhausted by now. Also, Joseph, thanks for ending on a Canadian note, especially a restaurant on the prairie serving Thai. I am speaking from Eastern Canada, which is the unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq Indigenous people. Now, our national organization in Canada, which nominated me, I guess, to this, is the Canadian Society for History and Philosophy of Science. And here our philosophers and historians get along somewhat. Perhaps we have Ian Hacking and our official multicultural federal policy to thank for that, but it certainly can be seen in various other places, including our history and philosophy of biology, which is very strong in Canada. But we've also had some success here in Canada at getting history and philosophy of science taken seriously by our federal funding agencies. And I want to speak to a couple of projects that have been funded by our federal government, and maybe how they might contribute to a discussion about the future of history of science, maybe history and philosophy of science. The two original big network clusters that were funded by a new funding program in Canada, one was some of you historians of the environment will know of the national or the niche, which is the network for environmental history. But the other one was quite unique. This, what you see on the screen here, Situating Science, which was a network for the humanities and social studies of science, included philosophers, historians, sociologists, but also a mess of people in political science and in science itself, creating a bunch of sub-networks on the communication across these borders to situate science both historically and philosophically. You can see some of the themes that we discussed there on the screen. Now, this project, which actually came up for an award nationally as being one of the most innovative projects, it's not to blow the horn about this, but it's a real success at being able to get multiple constituencies to be able to speak on various topics related to the history and philosophy of science. and we may, in the discussion, maybe we can talk a bit about that and how we did that. But one of the offshoots of this project was our international collaborations and the realization that, much like our prairie, we were still being rather parochial. In fact, the history of science had been rather Anglo-centric and parochial. And it was certainly manifested by the responses of the collaborations that we did internationally with places in Southeast Asia and China, etc., and eventually South America. So out of this project came a new project, which I'll talk a little bit about here, Cosmopolitan and the Local in Science and Nature. And it was this project coming out of the big situating science that began to look at these questions that Joseph raised in his presentation a moment ago. We were taking, or are taking with this project, a stab at the big questions in globalized history and philosophy of science in collaboration with people outside of the global north, if you like, the usual suspects. And we're doing so within a critical landscape, of which you will all recognize this critical landscape that has been haunting around the edges of our field, coming in from all kinds of different directions, including the discussion of Orientalism and whether that's a good category, the rise and fall of center-periphery models in scientific distribution, ideas of decolonization, which is an official policy now of the Canadian government to decolonize knowledge through the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Certainly the notions of historical ontology are also haunting our big project on cosmopolitanism. And the real big question of the idea of what it is to be modern and the multiple trajectories to what it is to be modern. And of course, you know, right at the ground of this new project is the notion of provincializing Europe. And in it is my little hobby horse, the relationship between history of science and philosophy of science. Okay, we're centering though on a term that might be unfamiliar, or at least uncomfortable with some of you, the notion of cosmopolitanism. It's certainly only peripherally discussed in the history of science and technology circles, but has been raised in earnest amongst political philosophers and literary philosophers, such as Anthony Appiah and Martha Nussbaum, Martha Sen. And they did so amid the growing worries about parochialism and rising populist nationalism. And so they you know, presented an alternative of the notion of strong liberal cosmopolitanism, not internationalism, but cosmopolitanism. And so when we approached this category, we began to look as good historians, well, is it really an actor's category? Is there anybody that is a cosmopolitan, at least in the history of science? I mean, it might have something to do with taxes, but that's a different story. We certainly see the term coming up in work like Oliver Goldsmith's 1762, Citizen of the World, which uses the notion of cosmopolitanism and a cosmopolitan philosopher from China to actually criticize modernity and Europe. We really see this term rehearsed in an attack on modernity, such as that by Thomas Carlyle in his essay on Burns in Edinburgh Review. Don't need to read the whole thing here, but you can certainly see it starts off with pointing at cosmopolitanism, and it's taken the place of traditional knowledge. And you see below, he says, and what this has done. Any critical theorist in the continental tradition would recognize, oh, that's exactly what we say. Field of life is shows neither briar or roses, but a flat, continuous thrashing floor for logic. wherein all questions from the doctrine of rent to natural history of religion are thrashed and sifted in the same mechanical impartiality. Now, so far, this project has organized a series of workshops and international collaborations and scholar exchange and summer schools in India, South India, workshops in Singapore, Edmonton, in Canada, etc. And I want to speak to just one of them that came up a few years ago, a remarkable workshop in the India Institute for Advanced Studies in Shimla, a workshop on cosmopolitanism and the history of science. We're working on getting it published right now. I love the irony here, though. That's the viceroy's, the last viceroy of England's or of India's house there, and we took it over for a week to discuss cosmopolitanism. Okay. It was organized by the incomparable Drew Rana from JNU in New Delhi. And there, in one of the sessions, I heard a remarkable paper by Jay Lordasamy, who tried to summarize our work from the day on what is cosmopolitanism. I don't like definitions, but here's a couple anyway. And he seemed to nail something interesting on the head. Cosmopolitanism is a process or a state of a thing or person belonging to a place, with that belonging considerably informed by or allowed to its belonging to other places, times, and things. And cosmopolitanism is a process or state of a thing or a person being made to belong to a place, with that belonging considerably informed by or owed to its belonging to another place, times, and things. Now, note how that works tangentially or orthogonally to the notion of universalism and universal liberalism that's given to us by those like Nussbaum and Appiah, etc. Something else is going on here. The notion of cosmopolitanism being open to the stranger, a kind of hospitality, and most important, the corollary that it's against reduction to common meanings. We borrowed a bit from Gallison's trading zones, that there are sites, I guess, within which the comings together without being a common meeting. And that would be against the notion of moving towards a universal violence towards the local. So we are reimagining the local as open to strangeness and transportability, and especially the notion of cosmopolitan people and cosmopolitan objects. So in this project, we have been welcoming the rewriting of a global history against, as we will all carry this ticket, against center-periphery models, and maybe dropping some areas in network theory with a smidge of circulation of knowledge, but perhaps without the flat hegemony free ontology associated with that. And also keep in mind our reflexivity. Now, just as a plug at the end of my 1 minute, to that end, we are organizing an international conference for the next August here in Halifax, Canada, with collaboration from the BSHS, the HSS, the Needham Centers in Hong Kong and Cambridge, hopefully the International Union, to explore not just cosmopolitanism, but the circulation of knowledge. And we call it circulation of knowledge 20 years on, because that is 20 years to the month when we have this conference of Jim Secord's highly influential Knowledge in Transit paper, which he tells me is his most quoted publication. And there we're going to re-examine circulating of knowledge through 3 themes: research, looking at translations across, which Joseph mentioned, how different sites are taking up translations of knowledge, and also for reforming the curriculum and creating textbooks. So I hope that you all will respond to our call for papers, which is available on the Cosmolocal conference website, but also will be distributed through the International Union. And that's my 10 cents. This is a wonderful network drawing from the great Japanese botanist Bunzo Hayata, who imagined ontological objects, including genes, as some kind of cosmopolitan network that were entirely perspectival. And I just love this picture. It's from 1921. Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Gordon. Thanks for reminding me how exciting 1820s Edinburgh was. Now, no global conference, no global festival should be global without really, or it can be truly global without visiting the poles. And so it's time with my great friend and colleague Peter Roberts of the University of Stavanger to take ourselves down as far as we can go to Antarctica for his paper, Antarctica, the Construction of a Continent by and for the History of Science. So Peter, take it away, the floor is yours.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Sam. I'm delighted to have this opportunity to talk to everyone today, this evening, this morning. And what I'd like to do is something that may on the surface seem a little odd, to ask whether the continent that has the fewest people in the world is in fact a continent constructed by and for the history of science. Is it a particularly interesting place to do the history of science? And can it tell us particularly interesting things about the history of science? I'll start with a very brief overview. Antarctica is a continent which is divided into slices, the largest being the Australian one on the right-hand side, the smallest being that little French blue one wedged in between, others claimed by Norway in lilac, New Zealand in green, and the three overlapping claims around the Antarctic Peninsula of Argentina, Britain, and Chile. These claims are frozen by the Antarctic Treaty of 1959, though not formally relinquished, and today the continent is governed by the Antarctic Treaty, which famously established the conditions for Antarctica to become the only place, I think, on Earth where scientists are the privileged actors. Simply put, scientists have more right to be in Antarctica and to conduct science than anyone else, or at least so the rhetoric goes. Now, why do I talk about a continent for peace and science? Well, that framing was there right from the start in 1959. It came right after the International Geophysical Year of 1957-58, and indeed the agreement that science could be conducted in Antarctica without causing direct sovereignty consequences during the IGY led, in many people's view, directly to the Antarctic Treaty a year later. I'm not going to go into why that's a little simplistic, but there is a good grain of truth in that. So already from 1959, the idea that Antarctica should be an arena for science was central. Military activities were strongly circumscribed, nuclear explosions banned. The continent should not be a scene of discord between the signatory states. In 1991, a protocol was signed on environmental protection, which quite literally said, Antarctica should be designated a natural reserve devoted to peace and science. And what it really did here was to put down very bluntly something that had been really considered part of the ethos for over 30 years by then. So the idea that Antarctica is a peculiarly appropriate place for science, and indeed a place where science is the dominant form of activity, is something that is quite deeply rooted. The philosopher and sociologist of science, Arndt Elsinger, who I think will be known to many people participating in this seminar today, has done some remarkably good work, I think, in fleshing out exactly what it means in political terms to have a continent devoted to science. Arndt very famously argued that Antarctica had not only been constructed as a continent by science, that is, scientific knowledge fleshed out what the continent looked like in the past and indeed the present, but also that Antarctica had been constructed as a continent for science in political terms, a continent where the scientist was the dominant form of actor. And what he felt that meant, and I think he's right about this, is that essentially science becomes the vehicle through which politics is conducted, rather than the alternative to politics altogether. And that's the position that I think I'd like to start from here. So if we want to talk about a continent by and for the history of science, where can we go? I'd like to pose the obvious question to begin with. How much Antarctic history is then not the history of science? My dear doctoral advisor, Robert Proctor, once told me that he thought one of the best things about being a historian of science was it was very difficult for people to tell him that what he was doing was actually not really within the domain of history of science. It's a broad church, but the church is not infinitely broad. And in fact, I'd suggest there can be problems with applying a framing of Antarctica as the continent for science and thus the continent for history of science, because it precludes, or at least makes difficult to tell, certain forms of story. An example is the history of exploration. Again, many here will be familiar with the story of the brave Captain Robert Falcon Scott, who died along with 4 companions on the way back from the South Pole in 1913, having been beaten to his goal by the Norwegian Roald Amundsen. Scott was an explorer with his heart set on being first to the pole, but subsequently he became lionized as a martyr of science. The framing of Antarctica as a continent for science in turn shaped a way of telling the story of Captain Scott, in which his dedication to science, which was real, but probably not central to his identity, became his defining personal characteristic. This has led, I think, to a more pernicious tendency to evaluate the quality and the meaning, the value of subsequent expeditions in terms of their contributions to science or even their devotion to science. This is something that I think is quite problematic. Firstly, because it imposes, I think, a quite arbitrary yardstick on quite a wide variety of motivations for conducting Antarctic activity. But secondly, also because it presumes a cleavage between science and other forms of activity, implicitly less valuable, that I don't think really exists. Building a station at the South Pole, as the United States did in 1958, was a contribution to science, but also a strong statement of political intent in the midst of the Cold War. Both things can be true, and I think we can tell a story about Antarctic activity that involves science as a category a little bit more than just the aggregate of scientific knowledge. The risk, I think, therefore exists of a reduction to science versus anti-science narratives. If we want to talk about science as being the privileged form of activity in Antarctica, what then happens to other forms of activity that may have been regarded as valid at the time, be they simply attempting to get to the South Pole, be they scouting for potential natural resource exploitation, such as whaling? Are those activities implicitly to be regarded as outside the main line of Antarctic history? Do we impose a particular framing that makes it difficult to tell those stories, or if we do tell them, to tell them in terms of how much they actually adhere to science and how much value they therefore had? The reason I think this is problematic is not just because it imposes an unjustified presentism upon the past, but also because it ignores the fact that, and I think again, Eltzinger was right here, science thus becomes politics by other means, in one sense. And I think this is important, not just because of the present day consensus, but also because for many actors, even within their own time, being able to say, well, we actually cared more about science was a way of establishing the superiority of a particular form of activity that may actually have been rather more complicated. And I'll give you a very quick example of 1929, when the Australian Douglas Mawson was busy racing against a Norwegian expedition led by Hjalmar Riise-Larsen to attempt to map territory on the coast of Antarctica. Riise-Larsen had connections to the Norwegian whaling industry, which was booming at the time. And one of the ways Mawson attempted to discredit his rivals was to say, look, they didn't actually care about science. They were just out after profit and whaling. And it wasn't just there are two different ways of seeing value in Antarctica. There is a better way and there is a worse way. Now, I'm not saying that whaling was better than science, far from it. What I am saying, however, is that if we choose to adopt categories of how closely did something adhere to science because science is the most appropriate thing to do in Antarctica, we end up making value judgments that I think must be acknowledged rather than taking adherence to science as a self-evident and unproblematic category. So I think we can also turn the question around, with apologies to John F. Kennedy, Perhaps we should ask not what the history of science can do for Antarctica, but also what can Antarctica do for the history of science. One answer, I think, is that it pushes us to think about the relationships between the different components of scientific activity. This is not exactly rocket science. For 2 generations now, historians and particularly sociologists of science have argued that science is the outcome of a complex set of negotiations through which resources and power are assembled that allow science to take place. Antarctica is a peculiarly good place to see these processes in action. Antarctic science is expensive, it is difficult, and it can't just be done on a whim. Arguments must be made to raise the money and the political support for science to be conducted. Logistics must be assembled to allow fieldwork to be performed. In some cases, careers have to be shaped in such a way that going to Antarctica can appear to be not only a logical, but indeed a necessary activity. Gendered barriers to participation in Antarctic fieldwork still exist today and were impermeable until as late as the 1970s and 80s. I think there's a particularly interesting point to be made here about infrastructure. If you'll pardon me being corny, I do sometimes wonder whether infrastructure is the hidden 9/10 of the scientific iceberg. The ratio between scientists and support staff in Antarctica is probably not too much different to 1 in 10. Infrastructure is something that again takes time and money and capital and resources. Once a scientific station has been constructed in Antarctica, it obtains a form of inertia that almost requires scientific programs to be found in order to justify its continued existence. Were the station to close because scientists lost interest, it wouldn't just be a matter of, well, look, it turned out not to be so interesting, we'll go somewhere else. Because science has this unique status in Antarctica, to close a scientific station is to relinquish a form of validated national activity. It is a political act to establish a station. It is a political act to allow a station to disappear. We see it also with supply to Antarctic fieldwork. Being able to build an airstrip, that's a thing that a lot of countries are very keen to do. Having an icebreaker that can perhaps get to places where other countries can't. Sweden has sometimes been inordinately proud of the fact that its icebreaker has been able to help United States scientists in some cases. Because scientific infrastructure and scientific activity are the forms of activity that guarantee participation in Antarctic decision-making, in a formal as well as an informal sense, infrastructure is political. To have infrastructure is to have a say. To not have infrastructure is to not do so in a voluntary way. This can lead to problems such as, is infrastructure redundant? I'll cite a very nice example I became aware of recently. Bulgaria has a station in Antarctica. Portugal does not. Portugal has an aircraft. Bulgaria does not. Portugal uses its aircraft to fly its researchers along with the Bulgarians to the Bulgarian station. And I know of at least one example where a Portuguese and a Bulgarian researcher who happened to be sitting next to each other found they had something in common and a research project eventuated. The infrastructure does not just facilitate the science, it frames the possibilities for the science, and its political character means that it can foreclose possibilities as well as ensure that national goals are written into them. As time is short, I'll leave the last question semi-hanging because it's too big, I think, to be answered in a short period of time anyway, and it's one that I think again stretches beyond Antarctica. The history of science has not always been aligned with what we might term environmental history. The history of science reveals the ways in which environments have been known, constructed, and also controlled. The history of science is not the history of environmental protection. It is the history of knowing environments for a variety of purposes, which could well encompass exploitation and degradation, as well as protection. The Environmental Protocol to the Antarctic Treaty of 1991 has established Antarctica as a very protected environment. Dogs are famously now banned from the continent. There are strict biosecurity measures. At the same time, mining is now also banned. Now, this doesn't mean that the continent for science just organically developed into the continent for environmental protection. That relationship between the two, I think, needs to be problematized and investigated further. And I wonder in how many other parts of the Earth, thinking critically about the relationship between the history of science and ways of conceiving environments as either worthy of protection or capable of exploitation, have developed and how they are negotiated. Thank you very much for your attention, and I hope that you have a good evening or rest of the day.
Thanks, Peter. Do you want to just stop the share and then we'll move into the Q&A? Well, wow, 3 brilliant papers. I'm excited about this. We have had some questions in. They're all mostly directed towards the first speaker. So I'm going to ask the audience to be excellent and to give us some more questions, because I have been awake for 19 hours and my ability as chair to come up with questions is going to be limited. So Giuseppe, I'm going to try and bring these together, and I know that you can see them, so if I fail. We have a question from and I want to give them all to you while people write questions for Gordon and Peter. And if Gordon and Peter want to come back onto these questions, you can do, because I think there is some overlap between the papers. So Ana Rodriguez asks, is in the past the community of science was multilingual, ? I think the early modern period, the language of science was Latin and later on French. So do you want to comment on language, I think, there? Marcus has a similar question about language, so maybe we take the language first, then we'll move on to a middle question maybe about conferences and support. So Marcus Keto asks, what advice would you give? And I would throw this out to all 3 of you. I think, Joseph, you're a bit naughty to suggest about that transnational paper and language, because those 3 authors were writing in their second language. So it's an interesting observation to make. But Gordon, you operate in a multilingual country, and Peter, you speak many languages yourself, so you don't just work in English language sources. So maybe all of you can speak to this. What advice would you give to young historians of science living in non-English speaking countries in terms of a strategy for, I think, or of language of publication? So where do you want to start? I'm going to just throw it over to you.
I can try to be synthetic. Well, I mean, to Anna, of course, I mean, as I have shown with a few examples, I mean, the community not so long ago, or 1 century ago, historians of science and scientists, I mean, they were more plurilingual than currently in an international context, no? But this is also the context of many people in the world, no? In the daily life, no? As you mentioned, I mean, many people we live with different languages, and this is not that difficult. I mean, it's not, no one can master all languages, and then this comes to Melanie Frappier's question, no? How to manage a conference with different languages. It is possible that there is a tradition in other disciplines, for instance, in geography, in the history of geography, in the history of education. I mean, it has been more usual, no? There are languages like Italian, which is very, very important for the history of art, for instance, and it still is, no? So this is relative, and it is possible to manage this. I mean, like the practical aspects, obviously, go through the fact that we all should, if we all speak English here, I mean, we should try to next year, no, to start to learn another language, no, just for fun, no. I mean, this will be good in many ways, no. And the fact that it's not only to speak, to master, but to be able to read, no, to take into account other sources. And this is also what I was saying about the transnational paper. I know the authors very well, and but their methodological approach is based on Anglo-American literature, and this is another thing. I mean, they could read other things and use them for good. And in terms of the question by Marco, it is a difficult question because it depends on how the world is built. And these some colleagues in the Anglo-American context have told me, but at least a long time ago, that science citation indexes were not so important. But in many countries, they are very important, and they direct jobs, promotions, funding for research projects, everything. No. So these rankings of journals is very important. So it's a difficult question because young scholars, they have to look for a solution in their lives. I will advise to publish in different places, and if possible in different countries and different languages, because it is more enriching. But obviously it is a difficult question. There are journals like, for instance, Manguinhos in Brazil, that Marcos knows very well, that try to produce different versions, even translations of the papers. Not only abstracts, but also some papers can be read in Spanish, Portuguese, and English. And this is something that could also be done in many journals. I leave it there, so there is time for more discussion. Thank you.
Gordon, do you want to come in on that question of language?
Yeah, quickly. The one thing I didn't cover in 12 minutes was the notion that we get from Ativ Ghosh, the notion of vernacular cosmopolitanism. That is, in the local, even if there's something like an imposed language, it's always reworked in light of local conditions. And so, yes, we might have a lingua franca of English, but watch how each are beginning to translate in different ways in different sites. There is a worry, though, of and I quite get it, of the dominance of Anglo-American topics that have sat below the dominance of English, and that certainly has to change. Our conference, by the way, is going to have a whole section, whole day devoted to the issue of translation in the history of science. And this is something that hasn't really been focused on too much, and how concepts get translated into vernaculars and then back again. And so we're going to have a number of papers on that, hopefully, and a whole day and a workshop devoted to what we do with the translation in scientific texts. That's it.
Excellent. Peter, do you want to say anything on language, or I've got a question more specific to your paper?
I'll add very briefly on language. I agree, and I think in areas where the production of scientific knowledge is tied to the enactment of political goals, the language politics only become more important. I think we saw this in the Cold War, where the existence of a very strong Russian language literature was not just because there was lots of science done in the Soviet Union, but because having Russian as a viable scientific lingua franca was also an important marker of the strength of the Soviet Union as an ideological structure, and the way that Russian was used as a scientific language, not only in the Eastern Bloc, but also beyond. I'm surprised by the number of scientists in the US in the 60s who learned Russian at university because, well, you had to read Russian papers, didn't you? Wasn't very many, but it was a few. So that aspect, I think is important, and I do wonder if we tried to tie. Look, this is a very crude thing to say, but if there's some way of linking the popularity of a particular language as a form of a scientific lingua franca to the dominance of particular political ideologies or political systems, hegemonies even. I think that the Russian example is a good one. The fact that the internet speaks English, I suspect, is important too. Going to be really interesting to see what happens with Chinese.
Right. Do you want to quickly come back on that, Giuseppe, and then I want to move on to a different topic.
Yeah. Just to say that I agree, but it is not just about the Russians or the Americans, or any lingua franca. It doesn't become a lingua franca naturally. There is work to be done, no? And this happened also with English after World War II, no? And there are something that, for instance, Adriana Minor, a scholar from Mexico, has studied and published a paper about. Is how the US tried to convince Latin American scientists to publish in their journals when they were not hegemonical, and to derive them from publishing in German or French journals, no? And this happens, and obviously it's a complex phenomenon, no? Also, but there is nothing essential about it, and obviously it involves work, and this might happen with English, with Spanish, with French, with any language that want to be a lingua franca or a interlingua, no?
Okay, I'm going to slightly take us in a different direction. It's time to go to the cold continent, so I think this is mostly going to be directed at you, Peter, but I'm going to try and branch it out to some of the a little bit. So both Lisa Winters and Floris Winkle have basically asked the same question in different words, so I'm going to kind of combine them horribly. So your point is about important aspects of money, of science, money, motivation, infrastructure being more pronounced in Antarctica. And that's great, but to what extent isn't Antarctica really a case apart in the global context, even including the Arctic ? And I'm going to just jump back to what Lisa added to that, which is could the same be said of the history of science in space? I guess that's outer space. And in both of these kind of questions come around to what can these international spaces really tell us, if anything, about the global history of science, if such a thing is possible as a global history of science? So I throw quite a lot at you there, Peter, but if you can be really succinct, that'd be great.
I'll do my best. Brilliant questions. I agree completely about space. And I think space is particularly important because there was this very powerful rhetoric about the good of humankind and the advancement of scientific frontiers. Sputnik comes out of the International Geophysical Year as well. Science as a means of articulating political strength, I think we see much the same dynamics there, and I agree completely. In fact, probably more so. That the resources that have to be marshalled and the political capital that has to be marshalled, they make space, I think, possibly an even better example than Antarctica in that regard. The bigger question about the global context, does Antarctica demand its own history of science, kind of history of science? I feel no, and I feel that part of the argument I want to make is that Antarctica can bring into relief some trends, some dynamics that in fact are more pervasive than we sometimes think. Just because it's the continent for science doesn't mean that science operates in a fundamentally different way down there. It's more pronounced. And in fact, if we take critically this idea, but what happens if we think it's all about science, then we realize, well, actually, it's not all about science. Science becomes that when science is the only way that you can do politics, well, politics gets done through science. It's not that no politics gets done. So in that case, I don't think there is anything particularly special about Antarctica. I think it exemplifies some underlying dynamics better than other places. And I think because there's this disjuncture that I'd like to argue that there is between the continent for science and peace and the permeation of Antarctic science by political goals, I think that can pose some questions about the way scientific networks are constructed in order to enact political goals. So Antarctica, I think, is not the only place where these dynamics happen, but it's a particularly good place to look at them. And I think Lisa is right. Space is possibly an even better place to look for them in other ways.
We've got like no time, so I'm going to actually just not let the other two come in on that. I'm going to go to the final question because I run the tech, so I can let us go over, and it's my fault. You three of you have opened up some really interesting conversations that I hope we take forward into the next Congress in 2025. But I wanted to pick up on Melanie Frappier's kind of question, which is, and I'll preface this by saying the DHST lingua franca might have become English, but technically the DHST has 7 official languages. So there was no requirement to present in English, technically. So everyone just chose to, which is different. And I remember my first Congress 10 years ago, and there were panels in Russian, French, Spanish, and Chinese. So, whereas in the last few iterations, that's not been the case. The question is, how should we organize a conference like this one to support such a conference? I think she means a multi-language conference that was being suggested by the first paper, if we want to avoid the trappings and blindfolds of using English as the lingua franca. So how can we, anyone have any suggestions for how we might organize better conferences more than just publications. I know you all talked about publications, but I think that's just one of the things that we do. Anyone want to?
Yeah, I mean, it's just being more plural. I mean, you hear different talks. You can ask them to use the slides in English if they are talking in a different language than English. Trying to find solutions. Obviously, we cannot have interpreters in every room, but then there will be jobs for interpreters. So I think it's a change of culture, and obviously, lingua francas have many advantages. I mean, this is something obvious, no? But it's just trying to change the culture, because there is an asymmetry, and there is certain people is out of it. And mastering languages is not something just elitist, no? I mean, Gordon, when you talk about cosmopolitanism, I think it is very interesting, but sometimes I tend to think cosmopolitanism is something, you know, a bit aristocratic. But I don't know if you live in large cities, but in any large cities today, there are people that speak many languages, maybe 50 languages, and we don't know about them. I mean, maybe they don't study history of science. They are in the suburbs, in the periphery, they are immigrants, but there are people from anywhere in the world, and there is an option there to learn many languages. No, I don't know.
Yeah, Gordon?
Yeah, I was at a conference a short while ago where there are something like 30 translations, and it was just indigenous knowledge and ecology, and they required it. It was a bit chaotic. It's possible that artificial intelligence is going to be the site of this kind of thing, simultaneous translation into whatever. And you could just run anybody in their indigenous language and something comes up on the screen. Things are moving very fast. I'm not sure if that's the best solution, but it might be a direction.
Peter?
Just very quickly, I think there's an interesting distinction to be made between using a language in a vehicular sense, so in order that we can all understand each other, or that this is the language I choose because I can express myself in a way that I otherwise couldn't. And my opinion on this is starting to change. I was, for a long time, an advocate of the vehicular model. I taught in France English as a vehicular language for science, and I thought that was a crucial thing to do. Still think that's important. I'm starting to come round to the position that a vehicular language still has inequalities written into it. The fact that there are a lot of native English speakers in the world, and there are a great many people for whom English is functionally an equal 1A language rather than being a distinct second language, doesn't obscure the fact that if your first language is Spanish and you're in Argentina, your first language is Indonesian and you're in Indonesia, Japan, Japanese, you can express yourself in a way that not only you're more comfortable with, but you may feel able to do things that you can't otherwise, apart from that issue of respect as well. If you're Japanese and you do all your business in English, does that mean that you have reconciled yourself to the fact that your language is not an equal language when it comes to scientific communication? I don't really know what the answer is there, but I'm wondering if we can do both. Can we have vehicular languages that enable us all to function in a common space, but at the same time have a greater recognition that we should all try and learn at least one other language too, and that it should become more accepted that publication in a non-vehicular manner can be possible too.
Thanks, Peter. I think that's an excellent saber-rattling note to end on. I'll just add that my favorite day in my career was being able to run a conference in the UNESCO chambers for a day and everyone speak in their own language they were comfortable with. And we got business transacted much quicker and everyone felt that they understood each other much better. And we'd spent 4 years meeting and trying to converse in English beforehand and it just didn't work. And as soon as everyone was able to speak in the language they were most comfortable with, business got transacted much quicker. So I know it's expensive, but I think we need to find ways of enabling it. And I would direct anyone who's interested, a paper in panel 2 was delivered in both English and Maori. So there are ways of doing this. We just need to be more sensitive and try harder, as we all will do. So we are over time, and I will shout at myself later. Thank you once again to our 3 excellent speakers. thank you to all of you who've attended and stuck with us as we've just gone slightly over time. There is another session now, if you've still not had enough yet, and there is a meeting to discuss a bit of business after that, and then we're done. But if you've missed anything, you should be able to catch the recordings back on Zoom for the next 5 days and on the BSHS YouTube channel beyond that. So thank you very much, and stay safe wherever you are, and good night, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. Bye.
Future of food. And so from Arctic to the Sahara, they are telling us stories of success that for thousands of years with indigenous, traditional, horticultural, and farming knowledge. Okay, they provide a bunch of examples that we should follow. But when we talk about here indigenous knowledge, we can also more or less say that this is about traditional knowledge. This is about historical knowledge. Okay, it's always the same. Again, now I'm telling you about a project, an ERC grant here in Portugal at the University of Coimbra by one of our colleagues, Dulce Freire. And also the big challenge of this project is the same. So humanity is facing a huge challenge, how to feed a growing population in a sustainable way. And they are providing answers by rescuing seeds that were totally forgotten, okay? And so Reseed promotes strategies for a win-win environmental society outcomes. I've seen in many other sessions that this is a big topic nowadays, which is the relationship between the history of science and technology and environmental history. So here is one project that is in fact tackling with that relationship. So linking edible seeds to places and to innovations needed for food production. This is crucial to better understand how historical experience can contribute to create solutions that ensure sustainable futures. And in fact, they have rescued some seeds, okay, from they were totally forgotten, and now they are rescuing them. Now, this is a former project that I had, Sustainable Beauty for Algarvian Gardens, Hold Knowledge for a Better Future. Well, I'm not going to describe the project nor talk about many things that were discovered here, just to say that one thing, again, that has impact on environment. So we have discovered that these are the top 7 trees that prevailed in the Algarve landscape. But nowadays, this is nobody knows about this. They think that the figs is like a novelty, and now everybody talks about the Algarve orange. Okay, and so how this is something that is that we've been researching. So how the lack of historical knowledge led to an environmental problem in the Algarve. The fact that we think now it was a political construction. It has nothing to do with history, that the oranges were prevailing in the Algarve when in fact it was a fig landscape. So, and as the citrus require much more water than the figs that are rain-fed, this is leading not only this, but with many other problems, especially the tourist industry and golf camps. But in fact, this is also adding to more problems regarding hydric resources. And so I argue that in fact, the Algarve should be green, a fig landscape, and not an orange landscape. This is what it was naturally. Okay, now going to the other side of the coin, which is water. Always when we talk about farming or gardening or horticulture or agriculture, water is the big issue. And so even the United Nations are also claiming for nature-based solutions for water management. And so also if we read these reports, we know nowadays much more, because we know about much more projects that are more or less claiming for the same things and discovering the same things, how history of science and technology can in fact contribute for this. Okay, so for example, this is the Aqua project, which I coordinated for the past 4 years. And here with hydraulic engineer, we discovered that in fact, the consumption of water in historic gardens is lower than in contemporary gardens. And this is almost difficult to believe, as we have in contemporary gardens, we have micro irrigation, sprinkler irrigation. We even use the water sense, which is a smart system, the most advanced that can be used in irrigation. However, and the data now it's mathematics that is saying it, the consumption at the historical gardens of Queluz is lower than in contemporary gardens. And we have here 2 examples in Lisbon and in Algarve. And why? Well, it's easy to see by these pictures that they are covered with lowlands in a Mediterranean country. So there is they require so much water. And on the other side, the Palace of Queluz only has trees and shrubs. So they are rain-fed. So in fact, the water that circulated in Queluz, it's not for irrigation, it's for water jets and water games. So again, we have made, again, with hydraulic engineers, this multidisciplinary research where we have accessed the hydric and energy balance of a water wheel, a historic water wheel. And then at the water lab of the Technical University, they have made these experiments, and they have, in fact, developed a solution of a clean and low-cost energy that is now being applied by the Company of Waters of Portugal, okay? So this is, in fact, being used because it is low cost and clean, although the energy that it produces is not that much. Okay, now this is not new because, in fact, in the past, we have already discovered that there were some hybrid solutions. For example, at the Navantinas, this was a time when electric energy was already on the run, was already being used, and still they were using and mixing that with energy produced by water. The tidal mills in Seixal in the 19th century, there were also some proposals to do hybrid solutions. Okay, nothing. This, after a period, everything was abandoned. And now we want to go back to this, okay, because it's clean energy. Now, if we go south, this is in Tunisia, and this is by a colleague that is also enrolled in another water project. And so they are studying these solutions that they use. They are totally nature-based. And so it's really the case where each drop counts. And only with these cisterns built here, it rains once a year, and all that water is captured in these cisterns. And this is the little field that they are able to, where they are able to grow something. Now, finally, if we are thinking about coping with drought, we never would think about Holland. And even in Holland, they are developing this kind of project of history of science and environmental history to tackle with the future. And they are rescuing these water-saving practices. Now, this is an unbelievable story because it rains not every day, but 3 times a day. And still in the Dutch, in the 17th century, they were building a cistern in front of each house. Sometimes they wouldn't use it for a year and the water was not good anymore, but they were saving water. Everybody was saving water. So I think also, even if in the past in Holland, they were having these water saving practices, I think we have a lot to learn with these lessons that come from the past. So final remarks, but which are in fact opening remarks for a new future, okay? So I just hope that this is a window for the future. So traditional historic indigenous food systems can contribute to achieve the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. This is already a global trend. And also water-saving practices reuse water and the expertise of effort when every drop counted. Okay, this is already also a more or less global trend. And so this is looking at the history of science and technology for more sustainable solutions. So thank you so much. And this session is over. I think I'm on time. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much indeed. How very good for us to hear of practical and important ways of using history of science to tackle the future. Thank you, Anna. So we're going to turn now to our colleague from South Korea, Yongtae Lim, who is a professor of East Asian science in the program for the history and philosophy of science. We are going to hear from him about historiographical reflections. Thank you so much. Jongtae, over to you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for a kind introduction. And hello, everyone. It's my great honor to present in this Global History of Science Festival. I am here on behalf of the International Society for the History of Science in East Asia, which is the East Asia Commission of DHST. For the discipline of the history of science, the 20th century was marked by the simultaneous occurrence of two seemingly contradictory phenomena. On one hand, the historical narratives of Western science, which supported the belief in the universality of modern Western science, gained global hegemony. On the other hand, the 20th century also witnessed the growth of the historical studies of science in non-Western regions and countries. One of the prime examples of the regional history of science would be the history of East Asian science, which I am currently representing. The coexistence of these two currents created a fundamental tension within the historiography of science in non-Western regions. This tension arises from the question of where to position science in non-Western regions within a historiographical framework where modern Western science holds global hegemony. In the case of the history of East Asian science, it is also a question of how to establish the relationship between science and East Asia. If science is regarded a product of the Western civilization, then East Asia, which seemingly did not independently develop it, finds itself in a contradictory relationship with it. My presentation today aims to illustrate how some of the leading scholars in this field during the 20th century address the underlying tension inherent in the history of East Asian science. This will provide an opportunity to reflect on some of the historiographical challenges that continue to confront the history of East Asian science today. First, let me provide a brief overview of the development of the field in the 20th century. The field of the history of East Asian science found its footing in the mid-20th century, thanks to scattered groups of researchers who specialized in the history of traditional Chinese science. Beyond China's border, notable figures such as Yabuchi Kiyoshi in Japan, Joseph Needham in Britain, and Nathan Sevin in the United States played pivotal roles. This loosely connected network grew more interconnected during the 1960s and 70s as it welcomed historians of Japanese and Korean science. Noteworthy examples include Nakayama Shigeru in Japan and Jeon Sang-un in Korea. The network then embarked on a path of institutionalization. In 1975, Nathan Sevin of the United States founded a journal titled Chinese Science as a platform for scholarly exchanges among researchers in the field. In 1982, the first international conference on the history of science in China was held in Leuven, Belgium. In 1990, the International Society for the History of Science in East Asia was established, with Chinese science serving as the official journal of the society. Throughout the 1990s, the society convened its international conferences in Kyoto, Seoul, and Singapore, significantly boosting the involvement of researchers from the regions beyond China. Concurrently, studies on modern science, including the scientific exchanges between Europe and East Asia since the early modern period, as well as the relationship between science and Japanese empire, gained momentum. In sum, by the 1990s, the society had evolved to encompass not only pre-modern China, but also the past and present of science in broader East Asia. This process of the emergence of the history of East Asian science shows that the concept of East Asia is not self-evident. The spatial and temporal boundaries of East Asia have evolved, extending from China to encompass the surrounding countries, and from pre-modern science to encompass modern science from the late 19th century onward. The expansion of the field's spatial and temporal scope presented complex historiographical challenges. Temporally, the expansion clashed with the distinction between tradition and modernity that underpins the hegemony of modern Western science. Spatially, it overlaid the issues of cultural hierarchy between China and its smaller neighbors onto the existing dichotomy between China and the West. From now on, I will examine how three eminent historians of the field in the late 20th century responded to the historiographical issues in the history of East Asian science. They are Joseph Needham, Nathan Sabin, and Chun Sang-un. With the first two historians of Chinese science, I will illustrate two competing strategies for positioning Chinese science in relation to modern Western science. Then, through the work of Chun Sang-un on the history of traditional Korean science, I will explore the problematic nature of the concept of East Asia. Joseph Needham and Nathan Sabin are arguably the foremost figures in the study of Chinese science within Western academia in the second half of the 20th century. Despite adopting distinct and at times conflicting approaches to the history of Chinese science, they share two fundamental characteristics. First, both aim to establish the unique position of Chinese science in relation to modern Western science. Second, in pursuit of this objective, they drew upon the specific trends within the historiography of Western science. What set them apart were the types of historiography of Western science they each relied upon. While Joseph Needham drew upon the Marxist socio-economic history of science, Nathan Sabin turned to the intellectualist interpretation of the European scientific revolution, which emerged as a critique of the former and held a prominent position from the mid to late 20th century. Joseph Needham is best known for his efforts to uncover the great achievement of the pre-modern Chinese science. He firmly believed in the universality of science, asserting that science is in all civilized regions of the world, including China, was progressing towards the universal destination of the modern science. However, he acknowledged that it was Europe at the time of Galileo that first transitioned from traditional science to modern science. This gave rise to the famous "Why not in China" question that guided his grand project titled Science and Civilization in China. That is, why did modern science not emerge in China? This does not mean that Needham considered Chinese science an inferior precursor to modern Western science. Instead, he viewed Chinese science as having achieved original and even more progressive milestones when compared to their Western counterparts. The core of his perspective lay in his broader conception of modern science, extending well beyond the boundaries of modern Western science. According to him, in contrast to the mechanically oriented modern Western science, China developed a distinct science with a more organismic nature. However, it is important to note that these alternative possibilities within Chinese science, in the ultimate sense, do not diminish Western science, but rather anticipate non-mainstream, anti-mechanical tendencies within Western scientific thoughts. Nathan Sabin, in contrast, did not embrace Needham's teleological view of modern science. Instead, he focused on examining how natural knowledge and its investigation existed differently within a distinct intellectual and social context in China. To illustrate the disparity between Western and Chinese science, Sabin drew upon the resources of the intellectualist interpretation of the scientific revolution prevalent in the late 20th century history of Western science. The only difference is Sabin translated the temporal transformation within the Western science from medieval Aristotelian to modern mechanical worldview into a cultural contrast between China and the West. Nevertheless, much like Joseph Needham, Sabin's characterization of Chinese science did not imply complete separation from modern Western science. He did not entirely rule out the possibility of temporal transformation in Chinese science. According to him, Western science had already influenced China since the early modern period, resulting in changes that were intellectually similar, but significantly limited in their social cultural impact compared to their European counterparts. In other words, Western science was regarded as the catalyst for the scientific transformation that would occur in modern China. If Needham and Sabin showed their historiographical reliance on the history of Western science, their Korean colleague Chun Sang-un delved into science in China's cultural periphery, thereby highlighting the complex nature of the concept of East Asia. Stimulated by Needham's Science and Civilization in China, Chun Sang-un published his 1966 monograph titled A History of Science and Technology in Korea. This marked a significant shift in the historiography of Korean science. Unlike earlier Korean writers who assessed the traditional Korean science in comparison to modern Western science, Chun Sang-un adopted Chinese science, which heavily influenced Korean science, as the basis for comparison. He then sought to understand how Korean science maintained its cultural and scientific identity amid the dominance of Chinese metropolitan science. His conclusion was that scientists in pre-modern Korea successfully adapted to the introduced Chinese science to suit Korea's natural environment and social needs. Chun Sang-un's placement of Korean science at the periphery of Chinese science seems natural when describing a nation's scientific development. However, it poses a challenging issue when conceptualizing science of a broader region known as East Asia, to which Korea belonged alongside China and its other neighbors. Needham's and Stevens' narrative of Chinese science positions the West as the frame of reference for evaluating Chinese science, while Chun Sang-un's History of Korean Science places China in the role typically assigned to the West. In other words, there was a disparity in perspectives between the two historiographies. This divergent focus of historians made it difficult for them to engage in a productive dialogue that could lead to the development of a common field of research with shared methodological focus. This problem becomes more pronounced when applied to the modern period. Korean historians no longer regard China as the primary reference point for evaluating Korean science. Indeed, during the 20th century, the sources of advanced science for Korea was shifted from China to Japan and later the United States, and Korean scientists now face the task of adapting Western science to meet its own local needs. Modern Korean science lacks compelling reason to be regarded as part of East Asian science, aside from its geographical location. How then have these issues evolved and what the prospect for the future may be? The aforementioned historiographical problems in the history of East Asian science can be attributed in large part to the underlying Eurocentric and nationalist assumptions in the historiography of East Asian science. These historiographical pitfalls have been largely overcome since the 1990s, thanks to the decline of European Eurocentric historical narrative of the scientific revolution and the emergence of new perspectives to understand the relationship between Western and non-Western societies, such as post-colonial criticism and global history. Finally, the rise of Japanese, Korean, and Chinese science since the latter half of the 20th century has made East Asia one of the most scientific, vibrant regions in the world. All these factors contributed to weakening the perception of a fundamental contradiction between science and East Asia. However, this does not completely resolve the problems associated with the concept of East Asian science as outlined above. The inertia of previous historiographical practices and the resulting mismatches in historiographical perspective persists. Studies of Chinese science continue to primarily focus on comparisons with or interactions with Chinese science. Similarly, the growing scholarship on contemporary Korean science often uses American science as its comparative frame of reference or historical origin. This enduring problem suggests that there are social cultural forces aside from Eurocentrism and nationalism hindering the fruitful interconnection of histories of science in East Asian countries, a question to which I currently don't have a clear answer. However, science in Asia, whether during pre-modern times, when Chinese science exerted overwhelming influence over its neighboring countries, or in modern times, when the entire region evolved into a global center for science, offers intriguing cases for examination as an interconnected entity. I believe that the history of science in East Asia presents a fertile ground for exploration, one that can reward the dedicated researchers with exciting outcomes. The challenge lies in researchers seizing this opportunity. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. What an interesting talk you have given us, and how important it is for you to articulate the problems that you see in order for us to move ahead, to move forward, exactly as we're trying to do with our discussions about the how to use history of science and technology in the future or for the future. So thank you. That was a very, very fascinating and significant talk. We have some time now for discussion, but I also wish to move to our third speaker, Professor Simões, Ana Simões, who's the professor in the history and philosophy of science at the University of Lisbon, but is also speaking to us particularly today because she has been nominated by the European Society for the History of Science and has a fascinating title, When Centers and Peripheries Meet, Global History, the Art of the Fugue. So please, Anna.
So thank you so much for this nice introduction. I will now share my screen. And so let me do it. This is a different way of sharing the screen than usual. So it will take me a bit more time. I think that you are seeing me now, right? So let me then thank very much Janet Brown, thank all the organizers for this wonderful festival. I mean, it's probably the first time in the history of our disciplines that we have such a festival enrolling people from so many different scholars from so many different parts of the world. And again, following my colleague who just spoke before me, I will enroll in some historiographical considerations based on past experience, but also projecting them to the future. And in fact, this goes back to reflections within a group which was called Science and Technology in European Free, but also within the European Society for the History of Science. And it's also part of a metaphor which I have been putting forward together with a colleague and friend, Maria Paula Diogo, in a volume which will come out very soon, which is called The New Cambridge History of Science and Technology, edited by Francesca Bray, Dagmar Shepard, Tiago Saraiva, and Matteo Valeriani. As we all know, different notions of centers and peripheries have been used in history of science and technology since Basalla's model of the diffusion of knowledge from metropolitan centers to colonial peripheries. And all of them build on a clear dichotomy, creativity of centers, passivity, and peripheries. But following Basalla's model, for example, a scholar such as Bruno Latour concentrated himself on how centers emerge, and he said that they happen through the mediation of cycles of accumulation in a process of co-construction of places as centers and other places as peripheries. But after global history has asserted itself as a new historiographical paradigm, privileging the connectedness of the world as its analytical point of departure, the fact is that scholars have largely discarded the notions of centers and peripheries as inadequate to describe encounters and negotiations among actors taken to have equivalent agencies. They, in fact, were against the idea of a dominant voice governing exchange. Such studies, in such a way, these studies emphasize that knowledge exchange always involved many actors and the polyphony of voices. In what follows, what I want to discuss is how can we still use the notion of centers and peripheries, but as tools that fully reveal the imbalances that shape entangled histories, not only between Europe and the rest of the world, but within Europe itself. I thus am stressing here power asymmetries by refusing to level out the agency of all actors, as in a polyphonic composition that produces, in my view, the fallacious impression of flat power hierarchies. In truth, from this perspective, the relations between centers and peripheries follow the classical compositional technique of the fugue, as in Bach, art of the fugue. Although we can discern a common dominant theme that is stated loud and clear, each voice is able to complement the subject differently through inversions, augmentations, exactly like the creative processes of appropriation that interact inside a constellation of asymmetric power relations. In approaching in this way the narratives of exchange between actors, it is clear that circulation, appropriation, interaction, negotiation, rather than diffusion, are embedded in all contacts between different actors, whether peaceful or violent. Although power hierarchies are nowadays mainly associated with colonial and imperial studies, that they certainly have shaped forms of exchange, including those which have taken place within Europe itself. In Voltaire's words, for example, traveling to Spain and Portugal in the 18th century embodied a contact with the other, the barbarian, as exotic to him as the Niger tribes were for the explorer Mungo Park, for example. And for 19th century Western Europeans, traveling eastward from Budapest was as radical an adventure as penetrating the African hinterland. The former examples show that centers and peripheries have been categories used by historical actors, although they may not name them as such. In fact, they have been used by historical actors. But here, I want to move beyond these categories as historical ones to explore their potential as analytical tools. The relationships established through science and technology are never unidirectional, and so the concept of passive recipients has to give way to science and technological agents in their own right, able to convey and negotiate alternative forms of knowledge. Yet, even when we embrace a co-construction knowledge perspective, scholars, in my view, often convey an often too idyllic, almost romanticized view of the relationship between European powers and between distinctly European and non-European worldviews. What I mean is that they tend to overshadow tensions and opposing interests between different strategies of acquiring and consolidating power. To give an example, there was an asymmetric relationship in cases where Portuguese scientists and engineers traveled within Europe, for example, to the Jardin des Plantes or to the École des Ponts et Chaussées in Paris, or to Germany, to the Freiberg Mining School, or also in an imperial context when local elites negotiated instances of imperial politics with metropolitan centers. Although the first case deals with soft power, non-coercive forms of imposing specific values, and the other one has to do with hard power, nonetheless, both equally illustrate instances of unbalanced negotiations. And so I propose to use Antonio Gramsci's concept of cultural hegemony to analyze the role science and technology play in these kinds of interactions, both within Europe and between Europe and other parts of the world. Cultural hegemony is at the core of the process that created, so to speak, European hegemony by transforming, for example, technology as a techne, from a techne, an art, to an episteme, a way of knowing. This episteme became hegemonic from the 16th century onwards, And it is, of course, based on idea of progress that can be traced through Bacon, Descartes, and Kant. That is an idea of controlling and dominating nature through science and technology to achieve an improved stage of the development of growth. On a global scale, European-driven science and technology act simultaneously as instances of hegemony and dominance, using both persuasion and coercion to impose the perspectives and interests of centers both within and beyond Europe. In this globalized world, the concepts of center and periphery become useful analytical tools because they translate into an unbalanced distribution of power among actors. They justify and grant rights and opportunities to some while downgrading or excluding others. Because these positions are vectors of power, not moral assumptions, the center periphery is never neutral and it changes across time and space. Furthermore, this binary allows historians to empower and differentiate peripheries. There is not one periphery, but various peripheries. There is not one center, but various centers. There is not a global north, but various. There is not a global south, but various global souths, each with different agendas and deploying different strategies in both time and place. The center-periphery distinction does so by making audible the voice of actors who perceived themselves as being so the center-periphery agenda, the center-periphery distinction does so by making audible the voice of actors who perceive themselves as being peripheral, digging into their perspectives, justifications, and agendas, instead of imposing a narrative that overshadows, dissolves, washes out, or erases the discourse of the peripheries. Peripheries are not inefficient, defective centers. On the contrary, they have their own identities built on their collaborative and/or confrontational relationship with the centers. By acknowledging these identities, the role of power asymmetries is stressed in designing the possible scenarios of appropriation in different geographic and political contexts, and also in highlighting the function of the binary circulation and appropriation as means of producing knowledge while accentuating the multiple frictions or resistances that take place in this process. This shift in our point of view as historians is what I mean when invoking the fugue as a metaphor for writing history about centers and peripheries. Accordingly, what is proposed now is that going away from center periphery as a linear model of center dominance, periphery dependency, while retaining a dimension of analysis attuned to power. Only by acknowledging the existence of hierarchical interactions does it become possible to understand, evaluate, and make visible the specific strategies designed by peripheral actors to optimize their capital of knowledge on both a national and an international scale. The term polyphony has been used widely to describe the global history approach to plurality, building on an assumption that actors have equivalent agencies. Using the same musical metaphor, the Baselian center-periphery model would be described as a monophony, in which the melody of the center is dominant in imposing its pattern on all the others as the only one acceptable. Still, following the same musical metaphor, the narrative I'm suggesting here is based on a non-Baselian framework of centers and peripheries described as a structure akin to the fugue, in which, although there is a common dominant theme, each voice states the subject at a different rhythm independent and a different independent melody, similarly to the creative processes of appropriation interacting inside the constellation of asymmetric power relations. Just as the fugue is considered most complex of contrapuntal forms in combining restrictions and freedom, so does the center-periphery model qua art of the fugue offer historians of science and technology a complex and dynamic topography of circulation and appropriation of knowledge, objects and practices, shaped by different and ever-changing instances of power. It gives voice to the peripheries, acknowledging the multiple and diverse ways they have designed their own agency and their own strategies in an uneven landscape of global power. And I hope that in order to finish my presentation, I will invite you to listen to 2 minutes of the Kunst der Fuge, Contrapunctus 13, performed by Kimiko Ishizaka with an animated graphical score. It's just 2 minutes.
Anna, thank you. Will you be saying more about this delightful piece?
No, I mean, not really.
No.
I've been using as really, I mean, as a metaphor to how I think we can still keep both centers and peripheries and within a global world. And this applies as well as for our past actors as ourselves as professionals, historians of science, I think.
Well, thank you. That's a very compelling use of evidence here. And as an extremely engaging and important framework that you're offering. So thank you very much for your talk. So thank you all three. We've had some very thoughtful issues raised here. We have a couple of questions that have come in on the chat, but if any of our Zoom listeners wish to raise a question, please could you type it into the chat box, which you will, the Q&A box that you will find along the bottom of your screen. And we have one question from Lisa Winters that is about the center and periphery model, but maybe all three of you might wish to chime in on this. It's such an interesting approach, your approach, and you mentioned that there are, of course, many centers and many peripheries, but one can imagine a center within one context would be a periphery in another context. And how would this work if one was trying to make a larger, more global history? Have you any thoughts on this? The relationships are always shifting, basically.
Yeah, okay. It's true that these centers and peripheries are changing in time, are changing in place. They also change in subject. For example, Uppsala could be a center for pneumatic chemistry in the 18th century and wouldn't be for any other subject, for example. So this is precisely what we want to take into consideration. And this is also something that you can take into consideration in the context of a globalized, connected world. Because what really this means is that in this new context, the interactions between localities or between actors are changing, but they are changing in a way in which not of them have equal agency. And so these agencies are also changing, and they are, some of them are dominant in some times, others are dominant in others. So I don't think, thank you very much for your comment, but I really think that we can integrate precisely this time-wise definition of centers and peripheries within a globalized world, because exactly this is about power relations and the symmetries that evolve in time, in place, in subject, for example.
Thank you. And we had another question on the chat, which Yongtai has in fact answered in type. But I wonder if I could repeat the question and we could hear for the other listeners what was asked, which was that it was in relation to Professor Lim's talk, Yongtai's talk. Does the history of science need to have a standard of comparison in order to be researched? Could it not be studied in the context of other fields that are not science? And you gave a rather interesting answer. I wonder if you would like to recapitulate that.
Okay, thank you for your question. I wrote very briefly the answer for your question, but so my answer was that the problem you pointed out are more pronounced in the history of science, in which people just believe that science is universal and value neutral, but some regions of the world achieve this universal status of science more than any other countries. So the countries or regions that are classified as the periphery or the less advanced place of the world, they tended to compare or assess that the scientific achievements in compare to the advanced region of science, the center of the science, which are regarded as embodying the universal status of science. That is more pronounced in industrial science. Yeah, of course, I think you're right. We can examine science, not comparing with some standard, but in context of social, in context of culture or the other social relations. But the 20th century, later 20th century, the history of science is still in the stage of that kind of, the comparison between the universal centers and then some periphery. So that's my answer.
Thank you very much. And there's a question for Ana Rodriguez, that perhaps since we're thinking a little about the centers and peripheries, your talk very explicitly drew in the knowledge of people who one might think of as being marginalized in the past. So I wonder if some of the work that you are recommending for us to do and that you are so powerfully doing it yourself, is about bringing to public knowledge information and knowledge of nature that has been marginalized, been suppressed, or at least put to one side.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to make a question. I'm just going to answer your question, but I wanted to make a question and I couldn't write it. And then, okay, that's why I raised my hand. That's it. But I will do it after. So yes, in fact, I think the problem was after the Industrial Revolution, as there were so much more technological inputs, everything that was done in the past, or the way they did in the past, was just left behind. They thought it was not interesting anymore. And nowadays, it's the opposite, because as we are having so many problems in the planet, in fact, due to this excessive use of technology and, in fact, production, we want to recover practices that, in fact, used much less technology, and not only technology, but also chemicals, also energy. So when people did not have anything of that, and they still could grow and feed themselves. Of course, the amount of production is usually lower, but nowadays there are some movements like the Campesina in Brazil and all that they say they produce much more per hectare. So, but in fact, it's a general trend. It's a global trend. So in every place in these two fields of farming and water management, people are institutions and also researchers. They are looking to the past to search for new solutions that are in fact more sustainable and more healthy, also regarding food security. So what I wanted to ask, sorry if I may,
must be very tiny.
Very tiny. It was in fact to Anna and Lim, because this relationship between centers and peripheries, for example, we Europeans, when we are here, and especially in Portugal, we are always, okay, yes, we are the periphery, the centers are France, United Kingdom, Germany. And now when we listen to these talks, for example, for Lim, when he talks about Europe, he doesn't talk about these countries that we think are the centers. So he talks about Europe, and then of course, and then the peripheries are the other continents. So I just wanted maybe you both to, because you never think about, they don't talk about France or the United Kingdom, is Europe. And in fact, in Europe, there are many of us that also were peripheries for a long time. So I would like to see if you wanted to comment on this. I think we don't have time, but well, sorry. It'll be interesting.
Perhaps I could exercise my privilege as chair and say that I think in a way, the way you posed the question has brought it to our attention, and that we perhaps don't quite have time to respond to it. But thank you for posing that question so eloquently. I want to thank all three of you for very provocative and helpful talks. It's very thoughtful, and that is a wonderful way for us to end our 24 hours of conference. So I am extremely grateful to you. I hope you have not been up all these 24 hours listening to all the other talks, but congratulations if you have. It's my honor to be able to say thank you to all the speakers and organizers who have participated in bringing this to life. We've had 57 speakers, possibly a couple more since I had the numbers given to me, from 37 countries around the world. And as you perhaps will know, we have gone from time zone to time zone to time zone around the world. It's a global festival. And for the Division for the History and Science of Technology, for the people who are currently on the council there and the officers there, it's been tremendously important and moving for us to imagine that we are re-establishing connectivity, that we are hopefully trying to bring together the commissions through you as representatives and through our listeners. It's important that we should all try to cultivate values that are the values are much the same throughout our community. And I think for the sessions that I've been hearing, that we all have much to say to each other, and that this technological marvel of being on the internet around the world is going to facilitate this for the future. So thank you. And I'm speaking here now to anybody who is still listening to us, that this is our last formal session. We have one more session of discussion, which will be chaired by Thomas Haddad. And I'd like to take this moment just to say how much Thomas has done to bring this into life. So thank you, Thomas. He's not listening now, I doubt, but we are all very grateful to him. He will be getting the next session ready, I'm sure. And I think it's also very important that we should acknowledge the extremely hard work that has been done on our behalf by the young people from the British Society of the History of Science who have been our technological support. And I'd like to name them, please. Particularly, Sam Robinson has been extraordinarily helpful in setting up the system. And we have also a team of young scholars led by Sam, who have been Megan, Grace, Daniela, Alexander, and Sarah. And we thank you very sincerely for what you've been doing. So it's my duty to end this session. We will be closed without any further ado, and I hope that you will have the time and the energy to come into the final session, session 22, which will be a discussion of both what we've been through in the last 24 hours together and on some of the policies that we're trying to bring forward for the division in the next several months. So thank you, everybody. Thank you to our speakers. And
thank you, Janet.
Good night, good morning, good afternoon.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Bye-bye.